Good morning, everybody. Good Monday morning, I should probably say. How are you guys doing? You see, I'm alone currently. I will be later, of course, joined by Jonatan once again, who has still to do some errands this morning. It's Memorial Day in the USA, so US markets closed today. Nonetheless, we are seeing a bit of volatility already this morning. All, of course, because of Donald Trump announcing that there will be now no new tariffs of 50% on imported EU goods. Instead, there's going to be a temporary delay of that for, I believe it was also something like 90 days. So the same he did in China. Seems like this guy is also not sleeping on the weekends. So quite a little bit of positive turmoil, I would say, on the markets. This and more, of course, we are going to have a look on today's shows. We see if we can catch some live trades again. First, I'm going to play the intro, then I'm going to see you in about 15 seconds. Here we are again, still trying to find the right setting here. Which one looks the best? Maybe me on top or like this. I think like this is the best, actually. Probably also for those of you who are watching from mobile. Who do we have with us today? We have Henry, of course, evening for Henry in, I believe, if I remember correctly, was it Australia, Henry? I remember you told me once. Correct me, please, if I'm wrong. We do not have a giveaway today, Ardesh, but we have a new trading competition starting this week on the 28th. If you haven't registered for that one, you should do that. It's for free. It's on the hub. There are great prizes. You can win, of course, again, evaluation accounts. So your chance to participate in that and win some stuff. We have Lucette, is that pronounced correctly, with us today? Yeah, already saying, will Trump's tweet lead to a new all-time high for gold, or are people starting to no longer take Trump's tweets seriously? That's a very good question. Let me circle back to that one later. We have Winsky with us with a nice, what is that, an Audi in the background or your profile picture? Of course, as a German, that lets my heart beat better and beat faster. We have Kapil here with us. We have, of course, as always, Harish with us. Welcome, Harish, once again. Who else? M. River, also somebody from Luxembourg. So it's not so far away from me, considering we have people here from Australia joining. We have Okoro with us. And many, many more. PIM Productions have seen you already also a couple of times here on the live stream. As I said, it's Memorial Day in the US of A, so there will be no trading on the US stock exchanges today. Of course, the CFDs, you might trade over some brokers. They are still trading, but I would be a little bit careful with engaging in trading positions there because you don't have the backup by real volume. So it's a little bit an educated guess there, of course. And so something we can, of course, focus a little bit on today is everything related to euro dollar or to the US dollar currency in general, although also there a little bit of low volume. Also keep in the back of your head, we have, at least here in Europe, on Thursday, a public holiday coming up. I think that's Father's Day here in in Germany. And I don't know about you guys, but we have this tradition in Germany. All the guys like to go outside with a wagon that they can drag behind them, and they load it up with beer and barbecue stuff, and basically get drunk for a whole day. And funny enough, it's called Father's Day, but the guys that usually do that are not yet fathers. So it's just another excuse probably for them to drink. What else do we have? We for sure have, of course, Bitcoin that has been on the announcement of Trump pausing those tariffs once again, performing. And actually, when I looked yesterday and I saw we were under 107, I thought already again, this is going to be critical. I told my community this 107 is something we need to hold on. So got a nice bounce offer. Actually, buy the book, something classic that you would find on chart analysis. So if you want to look for action today, probably it's there. Of course, we have also already gold moving a bit. So that's independent on what is going on the US stock markets today. There's, of course, still trading going on in gold. So that's what I'm going to focus also today on my account here. So should I see any nice entries in gold from my trading strategies here? Actually, I did a short position on that bounce further down here just now. So I entered short the market there at 3,334.79, so about the area where we are now. And but we have to expect a little bit of low volatility. Talking about low volatility in trading, welcome, Jonatan.
Low volatility. Yeah. All right. What's up, guys? New week.
How are you doing, man?
I am good. Looking forward to this new week of trading that we got in front of us. We have some interesting moves last week based on we got like a nice breakout on GBP, USD. We got gold breaking down and then finding support over the weekend, regaining its bullish structure. We have Euro USD breaking into back into areas where we haven't seen it trading for 3-4 years or something like that. Maybe something like that. So very
but we also have Memorial Day, a public holiday today in the USA. So we don't have the US stock markets trading today. So I said it's probably going to be a bit slower. Luckily, we had Trump already announcing this morning that the tariffs on EU are going to be delayed or are going to be postponed by another 90 days. So same kind of style he did with China before. Of course, that led to a little bit of positive momentum this morning. We are seeing currently gold breaking down, which leads me back. Sorry to interrupt you here, Jonatan. To the question before I forgot, there's one L Saint had earlier.
I'm getting used to it. Like now you begin interrupting me. Victor of all people is starting to interrupt me. So it's
you get what you earned,
Yeah, exactly. There's balance, the world is returning into a sort of balance here.
It's all about karma,
Yeah.
Anyway, Asel asked earlier if like Trump's tweet lead to a new all-time high for gold. I think it's the contrary, because the delay of tariffs are usually a risk-on event. That's why you are seeing Bitcoin going higher. That's why you would see, of course, stocks going higher. This little trading we have today on broker side, you still can trade the NASDAQ. You still can trade Standard & Poor's. I said earlier, be a little bit careful. It's like hard to know where they get the foundation of the moves from. It's for sure not from support and demand. So because being a risk on move, you would naturally see gold trading a little bit lower. This is what is happening right now. This is also why I shorted it, or when it touched the moving averages again just now. However, this can of course be very short-lived. You can see already there's not that much dynamic in the moves, and I think this is going to be a bit the story today, the recurring story. So we have to see what we can find trading wise. Otherwise, it's always a good idea also to not force yourself to trade. Totally okay to stand on the sidelines, just watch the market for a day, prepare for what's for sure going to come more for the next days. I said 5 minutes ago, I said like on Thursday we have a public holiday in Germany called Father's Day, and that's like
right. It's a pretty big. It's pretty big there.
Do you have it too in Sweden?
No, we don't have. Well, we do have Father's Day, but it's not the same as in Germany, because I know in Germany it's a really big thing.
It's a big thing because there's this tradition that all the male population, especially the younger one, they go out, do barbecue, and they have like a Bollerwagen behind them, loaded up with beer, and they basically get drunk. But the irony of it is, like, it's typically only the young guys who are not yet fathers who like hone to their traditions. Yeah. So I'm not the one going outside and drinking beer that day. All right, good. I interrupted you earlier, so I'll hand it to you.
I'm not really sure if I was talking about anything interesting, but I think now today when the market is slow, we have bank holiday in the UK and the US. I think now it's a good time to just take it easy, maybe zoom out, maybe do some analysis instead of trading, because there's not going to be a lot of volatility based on intraday volatility. It's going to be difficult for the day traders to trade. And if I were a full-time day trader, I would probably either just take a break for the day, go with the bank holiday and just take a break, or I would look at my statistics, maybe do a deep dive into my journal, or just do some more high time frame analysis to guide me in that general direction while trading, day trading. As a swing trader, the low intraday volatility doesn't really matter, because if I have a one daily candle with low volatility, maybe a doji candle in the middle of a trend, it's not really going to change the outlook for the overall swing trade. So one day of low volatility doesn't really mean anything in a month or even a week. But there are some structural changes that I'm seeing in the market that I think is worth looking at. So first of all, we have. I want to look at the dollar currency index to begin with, because I haven't really looked at that in quite some time. But we have one person asking, hello, do you plan to set up any options trade on NVIDIA? This is a live trading Forex trading show. So maybe Dirk has some ideas on NVIDIA and options, but I have no idea. I have no idea. But I know that...
yeah, we can touch base on that later.
Yeah, we can
like
do that.
A more general outlook of what I would do. I'm not trading options on NVIDIA, not on stocks at all, but how I would probably do that with options.
I think it's important to look at the dollar currency index here from a bigger, zoomed out perspective, and try to think in terms of cycles. Now, I haven't done any major cycle analysis on the dollar currency index, but what I can see here is that we are now, of course, very focused on, and we have been very focused on, this range here, and particularly this range that we're seeing right now, where we have these lows here and the highs here. This is what have these levels are the levels that have confined price action for the dollar currency index since 2022, and all throughout the explosive moves that we got from the election when Trump got elected. Now what we're seeing, we're actually moving below this range. So as you know, in the beginning of April, we broke below a level and we traded at prices not seen since March 2022 for the dollar currency index, which obviously is it's a major thing from a high time frame cycle perspective. Now, I remember last month, before the close of this monthly candle, I believe, or around the close of this monthly candle, I talked about this level. You can see it on the chart here as a blue rectangle or blue zone, a support level basically. And we also have marked out different ranges, and these ranges are marked out by looking at the dotted lines. You have the the white line right here. Man, I think I inhaled some coffee right there. Very, very interesting. So we have the white range right here. That's the first range. And then they have the red one and the green one. These are three ranges. You can call it three cycles, which together also form a major cycle or a major trend, which is this one right here. So it's interesting to note that the previous range, or the most recent range, where we was created on a huge move to the upside during the whole pandemic, inflation, printing of money, all of that, which strengthened the USD. And we broke above that first range, right? And we created a new range based on the reclaim or the retest of the previous range highs, which is marked as a red, very beautiful written drawn line right here. Now, what's interesting is that the range that everyone is focused on and has been focused on for the last few years is the range that we have been trading in for least amount of time, going back 20 years. So we are looking at the average price of the US dollar index. We have been trading in a level that is not normal. It is not normal for the dollar currency index to trade at these levels. Now, of course, you have to take into consideration the difference in the weighting of the basket and the launch of the euro and things like that. But looking at the average price here and the bigger time frames, we are currently, first of all, testing a major support level that has been active since the 80s. It's a very, very important price level for dollar currency index, and we're testing that level right now. We're having a proper retest, and what I mean by proper retest is a big retrace to the downside, a big move to the downside, and retesting low levels within the zone for the first time in 3 years. And again, this is the first time testing this level as support in almost around 10 years. So it's a significant level, and it also marks the entry into the previous range. So the question here is now, is this support before reclaiming levels that we have been trading in before and start trading back inside the range that we had previously? Or is this whole new tariff thing that we get going on with Trump in the US, is this something that is starting something new? Now, if you're familiar with Ray Dalio, go check out some of the things he has written and talked about. And we also have Howard Marks, the legendary investor, talking a lot about market cycles. Both of them had talked about this new tariff thing as something that is changing the overall structure of the world economy. And I'm thinking, okay, that's going to probably let us enter a new cycle. So I'm thinking maybe this previous cycle that the dollar currency index was trading in, and actually it's still trading within, we entered that in 2015. So we've been in this range for 10 years. Maybe it's time to start developing some price structure within that range. Maybe we're entering similar market structure that we did see for the last 10 years, and maybe the tariffs are going to change things around and allow that to happen. Now, this brings opportunity, because when you have a cycle shift in the market, things like Euro USD, which is trading inverse to the dollar currency index, you have opportunity. And I'm going to go over and show you what those opportunities are, because the opportunity in dollar the dollar currency index is either a long here, and I'm going to show you what that is kind of like invalidated, either long here for an entry into previous range, or we continue lower. And where is the range lows? That's a big move to the downside, or from around 100 to 90. That's a huge, major move. But looking at the cyclical nature of the dollar currency index, that's the level that we might be hitting in the next year or the next few years. So from a swing trading perspective, this is very, very interesting, very exciting as the correlation that we saw breaking when Trump got elected. Now, why I think the long idea might be invalidated is because if you go to the weekly, the range low has already been confirmed as resistance. We have tried to enter the previous range. We have failed to enter the previous range. The market is telling us that we're not going to get into that cycle again. We're in a new cycle. The market is telling us that Trump has created a scenario in the global markets, and it's now time for something new. We can see that in the dollar currency index. If we go to Euro USD, now look at this and tell me this is not the start of something new, okay? The European, not the European dollar, the euro went down, broke below this range, retested the perfect area for long-term buys, like the perfect area for long-term buys. If you know about the relook zone, the 0.618, hopefully about here. Went straight up and broke out above the range highs. It's the perfect, move where you have fake out to the downside. This is something you see in the lower time frames, right? Fake out to the downside and then continuation to the upside. Very, very strong. And what we're seeing on Euro USD, where are we trading? We're trading at levels not seen since 2022. We zoom out to the monthly. What are the cycles for Euro USD? Well, I'm looking at this cycle. That's the range and the possible cycle that we deviated from here during the pandemic and here during the tariff chaos, if you will. And we are now around the range EQ. If we can reclaim the range EQ, what are we going to see? Most likely, in my opinion, from a swing trader's perspective, we're going to see a possible, now listen, a possible 800 to 900 pip move to the upside. And this is going to follow the dollar currency index inversely. So this is an important area for swing traders and day traders alike, because if you have a swing trading bias, then you can apply that bias to the intraday trading as well. Look at the daily. What do we have in the daily? A perfect, beautiful rake and retest of the previous range highs, exactly as we saw on the dollar currency index. Now, of course, they're correlated, inversely correlated, but still, it's a very strong structural shift. Now, we can look at something else, a good, good indication of where we are in potential cycles. Look at USD CHF. We are trading at levels not seen since 2011 for USD CHF. We broke below a range that we have been trading on since the beginning or the end of 2022. It all aligns. We are seeing price action structure breaking important resistance and important support that we have not seen in at least 5 years, and in some cases even 10 years. So this tells me that either we are on the verge of seeing a new cyclical shift in the markets, and we are going to see a type of fake out and return back to what we saw previously in the previous years, or we are starting something completely new. So it's really time to focus. It's really time to put your energy into the charts here and start making ideas for potentially the next few years in the markets. Because imagine if you have the opportunity to find a high time frame trend that only happens twice every 50 years or something like that. And you're able to pinpoint the general low and the general direction. Imagine how much time you have to trade with the direction of the trend. From an intraday perspective, from a swing trader perspective, even from a scalper's perspective, if you have an idea of what the primary trend is, and you're just going to get in on the retraces, on every bounce, that's some serious edge right there. And that's what I wanted to break down here to begin the week. I think I'm worthy of some coffee after that.
Hard weekend or what?
Sorry, what?
Did you have a hard weekend?
No, man. Well, my mother was here, so I guess
it was a hard weekend.
I do love her, but yeah, it's.
I know where you're going with that. I feel you, man. Yeah, guys. So very important stuff. Jonatan says, coincidentally, if you want to look into long-term stuff, and you should also look maybe into something called Kondratiev cycles. We had in 2020 a new one. I'm not going too much into details now. Again, everyone can read this, but basically those are long-term economic innovation cycles that last for 40 to 60 years, and a new one started in 2020. So definitely this shift of momentum, this shift of a new economic truth, maybe I want to call it, is also something that's actually backed up by science. You can see I quickly Googled it. Can you say I Googled it on ChatGPT? I ChatGPT'd it because the last time I
we needed a name for that. We today.
I
used
looked for it.
ChatGPT.
I LMT'd it. No. LST, no, whatever. Anyway, what I saw a question earlier, somebody asking about this year. Does anyone know a specific time for the news drop? Quickly want to go into that question, because if you are trading on a high stakes account, you cannot trade or open new positions 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after high impact news, that is. So it's not true for every news. And if you don't know that yet, there's a cool website, there are many websites where you can find news. So if you're using TradingView, like probably most are nowadays, you can always go here to the calendar. When you click on this item up here, only high importance on the week currently, you see, hey, there are no high impact news scheduled for today. It's different tomorrow. So if you're trading, for example, euro dollar at 8 o'clock, for example, you could not trade. So that's Central European time. You could not for 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after, probably trade euro-denominated forex pairs or something like the DAX. So very easy to find. If you're not using TradingView, there are tools like here MyFXBook, for example, which have economic calendars where you can also, if you are able to click through all the advertisement that nowadays pops up on this homepage, is so annoying. You can, for example, also filter here just for high impact news, and then it will show you just the ones after you click apply that are important for your high stakes account. So definitely something you should do. Another thing I want to touch base on is we have a trading competition going on currently, and we are on the finishing line for this trading competition. So it's still going on for another roughly 22 hours. And let's have a quick look who is in front at the moment. We have the Deep Pack 2495 currently in front with plus 5,760 US dollars in performance. So that's 57.6% up in a week. Equally impressive, of course, the ones that are in close pursuit of that person. So congratulations, a job well done. At the moment, still going on for another almost 23 hours. So let's see if the top 10 stay in the way the top 10 are at the moment, or if there's still going to be some shifts. We have a new trading competition also coming up, which is going to start next, I think, Wednesday in 45. Yeah, Wednesday it's going to be. You can see I registered for that one as well. So you don't stand a chance, of course. I'm going to be the first one on this one because I performed so nicely and well on our internal trading competition, which we still should talk about later, by the way. And yeah, you can see we upped there from 10,000 participants that were able to participate in the one that's currently going on to 20,000. Currently, we have 13,300 people who registered. And of course, you can win a lot of nice stuff. First place, for example, is going to win a 60K high stakes account all the way until place number 10. High stakes account, evaluation accounts for you to then try the trading strategy that you won with on an evaluation account, get that one funded, and then finally start earning money really with your trading. But we also have prizes from place number 11 to place number 99 or 100 even, starting with bootcamps accounts, hub credits, and credits also for TTP, which is short for what again? That's the stock trading platform.
Trade while in the pool.
Yeah, trade in the pool. Trade the pool. Trade in the pool. Of course, also trade from the pool. Trade in the pool. Trade for the pool. Whatever. So really good chance, to win there. A chance higher than 1%, and I think a good way to test yourself against other traders and to test your trading strategy in a real life environment. I especially like about this that the rules are pretty cool. Daily loss of 5%, maximum loss 10%. So if you lose more than 5% in a day, you're out of a competition. If you lose more than 10%, you're out of a competition. Leverage 1 to 30. That's important too. We want to stay a little bit realistic there. $10,000 account balance. News trading allowed, by the way, for this one. And yeah, very interesting. EAs, by the way, not allowed. So it's really all about manual trading on this one. Pretty excited about it. Are you going to participate in the next one, or are you sitting that one out because you want the others also have a chance to win?
Well, no, I'm probably going to be participating in that. The thing is, there's just so much. I need to kind of like I need to focus, right? Like there's so many different accounts. I got so many different accounts. There's so many challenges going on. I think I need to focus. You know what I mean? Like I need to focus on the things that I'm doing.
I totally know what you're talking about. Quick touch here on the training competition, our internal training competition. We were all beaten, of course, by LJ, who got the account into funded territory within just one day. I was struggling quite a bit, currently down still $40 on the balance right now in a short trade. I should be up $100 more, by the way, but I fat fingered one trade. So all in all has been a little bit up and down. I had some good days. I had some days where my stop loss was hit 3-4 days in a row. So I would really count it as kind of a normal days and a normal week you sometimes have as a trader. You go up a little bit, it goes well for you, then you give it all away again. Your stop loss gets hit for a couple of times. And as I said, my trading strategy is all about getting this one flyer because my stop loss is always very tight. So I don't know if we're allowed. I would like to continue to trade this account when I'm trading two accounts. When I have a bootcamp account, which I usually use here on the live streams, I have this high stakes account to, kind of follow up always with the development, because I think like only doing this a week doesn't really give a good picture about a trading strategy or about a trader himself. I don't know if you agree with me there, Jonatan, or not. And I should have added so this is the account right now. As you can see, a little bit down still. But let's see, maybe today I'm going to get it back to break even still. I don't think, did you hear anything of what I said just now?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not a
great.
single
I was
word.
Asking questions, but again, I'm being ignored. Karma's coming back to me.
So you had a question, didn't you? You had a question.
I had a question. I said I want to continue trading this high stakes account, parallel to the bootcamp account I'm using here for the live streams, because I think it's good to see. I think 1 week doesn't really give you a picture of, first of all, does the trading strategy work? And does the trader behind that strategy also work, of course? To kind of, see how this whole thing's develop over the week, because it gives a good insight, in my opinion, also how my testing process is. I said like this was like a totally new strategy I was testing there, one that I've back tested, of course, a lot, one that I have trading on demo also a lot where it works, but it's a different thing to really put it into reality, especially in a setting where you're kind of under pressure, because you have audience looking at you, what you're doing there. So I think it would be kind of a good educational experience, not only for me, but also for the audience, to see like, how is this one going to develop further over the next couple of weeks? Am I going to crash it eventually? Am I going to have to admit, this one is not working for whatever reason in reality? Or is it something I eventually can get into funding later on?
Yeah, definitely. I think that makes sense. And it's an interesting journey to take with the viewers as well. You know what? Just one thing here. I just looked at the charts here. That is a good. Look at that candle right there on the 1 hour for EUR USD. Now that is a nice little reversal candle right here, and I'm wondering if that's also within the reload zone. Yeah, it looks like it is. So this is just textbook right here. What type of pattern is this? Now I should know. I think that is an inverted hammer. Is that an inverted hammer? Let us take a look.
It is.
Let us go to Google.
Called a pin bar.
Inverted hammer. It could be a pin bar.
Oh, but it's a lower, no? And for the pin bar, the close needs to be higher than the opening. You're talking about the little gray one on the very bottom, no? Where you drew your Fibonacci zones, or what it is.
No. This is actually
that one, yeah.
This is actually a hammer, but a hammer is a top pattern. Inverted hammer is so this is a hammer, and the inverted hammer is upside down.
But for a hammer, doesn't need to, the close need to be higher than the. Okay,
opening? So a hammer is a top pattern where you have the wick, and then it looks like this, right? But it needs to be like this, right?
The body needs to be blue also, no?
No, I think it doesn't matter. I actually don't think it matters much what the color of the inverted of the hammer is, and then this would be an inverted hammer like that at the bottom. So this one, I think I think this is a okay. I gotta remember because I have a test coming up on this. It's not a not a hanging man. It's not a hanging man. Is it a shooting star? Okay,
morning
shooting star.
Vinicius is saying like.
Is it a shooting star? Or is it morning star? It might be a morning star. Yeah. Okay. So let's go. It's not a shooting star because the shooting star is a top pattern. Is it a morning star? I think this might be a morning star. Evening star. Morning star. Good God. Let me know in the comments that that's not a hammer. This is a hammer, but a hammer at the bottom is not a hammer. A hammer is a top pattern. Let's see. Is it a morning star? I gotta look this up. Yeah, that's a morning star. No, it's not. That's not, because a morning star is a three bar pattern. My God, where's the book? The book is upstairs. What pattern is this? Okay, it's not a hanging man, is it? Is it still okay? People are saying that it's still a hammer. Is it still a hammer though? No, because different patterns, like the same type of candlestick formation, can have the same look, the same, but have different names depending on if it's at the top or at the bottom. Let's ask ChatGPT. Maybe it knows.
It says it's a hammer, but on I have Yolanda stream here. The body is positive, so blue.
Right, it's a hammer. The hammer, that's right, a hammer is at the bottom.
Key characteristics is a small real body near the top of a candle, a long lower wick shadow that's at least 2 to 3 times the height of the body, little to no upper wick, appears after a downtrend or sharp decline.
Okay, so so the thing is, I'm always okay. So the reason why I want to say that this is a the reason, so this is a hammer, and a hammer is actually at the bottom, and a hanging man is the top. So this pattern at the bottom is a hammer, and this pattern at the top is a hanging man. Now the reason why I'm always thinking that a hammer is a top pattern, which is not, the inverted hammer is a top pattern, but the reason why I think that a hammer is a top pattern, that's because I'm thinking like you take the hammer and you smash something down, and like at the top you have a hammer, like price comes up into resistance, and then you have a hammer and you kind of smash it down.
No man, a hanging man is a top pattern. So after
hanging man is a top pattern, exactly.
And by the way, that hammer, at least according to what I read now from ChatGPT, I'm not a big fan of candlestick patterns. I did vast backtest on those and couldn't find any edge on those. Just mentioning this here, but according to ChatGPT, if you have a hammer and then a bullish next candle, which is the case here, that gives it even more validation.
Yeah, exactly. So but it's also a case of context, like where is the hammer forming? Yeah. And by the way, guys, make sure that you hit that like. We are still going on with the idea that if we do hit that 500 likes during live stream, we're going to do a big giveaway, and we're also going to be celebrating the fact that we're about to hit 70k subscribers on the channel. So tomorrow we're going to do a huge giveaway live stream. We're going to give away some evaluation accounts and perhaps also some trading, some hub credits that you can use in the 5ers hub towards new accounts, new evaluations. Henry says it's a pin bar with a wick on both sides. A hammer does not have a wick on one side. It does. A hammer. So a hammer, the traditional hammer doesn't have a wick to the upside, but it can have. So
the like difference is like a hammer, you have a body like this. On a pin bar, you usually have like this. You have close. So it's not as good. You have close and opening very, very close together. So it really looks like a nail, for example. That's why it's called a pin bar. Also, that's the difference.
Exactly. The pin bar has a very, very small body.
Yeah.
Very, very small body. Yeah. Long wick and small body at reversal level. That's a hammer.
No, it's long wick and small body at the reversal level. That's a hammer.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, so I gotta look at this. You should morning star pattern on Google. That's a good idea. Let's. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna look at that. The morning.
You can see, guys. You can see already by the discussion here. It's not something we use very much for our daily analysis. I think.
Okay, so the morning
star.
The morning star is a three bar candle or three. It needs to have 3 candlestick. Okay.
Okay.
So a morning star cannot happen in isolation. Now a pin bar, a hammer, a shooting star. That's a single candle pattern. But a morning star, you need to have 3 candles, and it's basically a. Yeah, it's basically one bearish candle, and then you have sort of like a pin, a doji type of candle, and then the second candle has to close above 50% point of the first candle. So you have a bearish candle like this. So that is the bearish candle, right? Beautiful. And then you have one small body candle right here, and then the second candle. It also needs to have an opening gap. So there needs to be a gap for the real, morning star candlestick pattern. You need to have a gap to the upside, and I think you need a gap to the downside as well. So you need a gap here, and then a gap up with a candlestick body that closes above the 50% of this level. Now that is a morning star pattern. So this candle right here could be a doji candle, or could be whatever, but these 3 patterns right here together form the morning star pattern. And I don't really believe in I don't really believe in the success of 3 candle patterns. I believe that the single candle patterns are much easier to find and much better to use as well.
It's all, you said that earlier also, it's all about where do they appear. If you have something like a hammer or pin bar, or if we are topish like a hanging man, really at a nice zone of support or resistance. And maybe you have also other, for the sake of it, indicators confirming when it's a downtrend, you see a hammer at a support, and maybe you have an overbought RSI or whatever indicator you oversold RSI, sorry, or whatever indicator you're looking at, then it's like, for me, always one piece of a puzzle. But really, these 1 and also 2 to 3 candlestick patterns, I back tested them a couple of years ago extensively, and I could not find an edge. Now, I didn't do it together with like something like zones of support and resistance. Why? Because those are very hard, in my opinion, to define for quantitative back testing. You cannot just say like, take supports of support and resistance into account. You really have to granularly define what defines a zone of support, a zone of resistance. So there's a lot of more work. Might be that with combining that there is an edge. However, the patterns alone do not have an edge. Why don't they have an edge, in my opinion? Because they are common knowledge. They don't give you an edge anymore because everybody's looking at them. So you'll always have people, algorithms front running those patterns.
But there are a few single candle patterns that are quite or have shown an edge. Now, most of the testing is done in the stock market, in the equities market. So that's where most of and because that's it. We like to say that the forex market is the most liquid market, but it's not the most popular market. The most popular market is the stock market. That's where, you know, if you tell people, if someone asks you what you do for work, I'm not going to tell them I trade Forex, because they have no idea what Forex is, but everyone knows what the stock market is. If I say I'm a day trader trading stock, they're like, oh, okay, I know what that is, but no one knows what Forex. Maybe I've talked to some people in the UK. They say that it's almost the other way around, but in general, I think stock market is more.
I heard before, actually I saw the statistics on that when I was working for brokers in the past, is the UK and Germany are like the most important Forex market for retail traders. So the most traders and the most valuable traders also for Forex brokers stem from, first of all, the UK, and second, Germany. That's why it's so popular here also, and this is also why the markets are so important for brokers. I don't know if it's still like this, but it was like 2018 when I last looked at statistics like this that way.
So according to testing, now there has been a lot of testing with these signals. I mean, the candlesticks with signals. I know from reading the CMT book, there's a couple of people who have done a lot of extensive research and testing of these patterns, and they quote a lot of this testing, and they in the CMT book they kind of like line it up to see like which are the best ones. And I remember that the for bullish patterns, the hammer and the inverted hammer has the highest success rate, with the hammer being the best, and then in an uptrend it would be the shooting star and the hanging man, and these are basically the same. These are basically the same patterns, almost the same patterns, but you know, they're the same pattern, but for downtrends and uptrends, and the best ones are the hammers and the shooting stars.
Did they say like how high the success rate is like? It's like always, how do you define like success on this? Like, these are the most likely that you're going to see like 7 positive days in a row, or these are the most likely to spot really a major point of turnaround for the markets? That's kind of a question, or how's the success defined? As retail traders, of course, we always say like, how's the success rate? Then you have to say like, well, how do you define success rate? But I can't remember. It's like dangerous to just say, you know, these have the highest success of all patterns.
Yeah, definitely, but and you know, it's something that's worth stating. Of course,
you are the one who's going to be the certified hotshot soon. So of course, I need to ask you questions like this.
Yeah, of course, and I think you know, when testing the patterns, I don't have the statistics, or I don't know exactly what they tested, but I know they tested all the same criteria for all the candles, and one criteria would be like. In the stock market would be like, okay, so it's a daily candle. They only looked at daily candles, I believe, which kind of like we're looking at the 1 hour and the 4 hour here, which, you know, of course is completely different. So they looked at the 1 hour, and I think one of the criteria would be something like, is the candle invalidated before it moves up 5% or something like that. So
that, or is the next candle a positive one if a price breaks over the highest high of a hammer or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's like, how much? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. What does matter? Let's look at Euro USD here, because I am looking at a potential trade here on Euro USD. So we know here from the daily, and we're going to look at the gold markets as well. I know a lot of people want us to look at gold, and let us know in the comments if you have anything specific you want us to look at. We're going to take a quick look at Euro USD here, and then later probably gold as well. But if there's something else you want us to take a look at, let us know. And if you have any ideas, any setups that you're watching, I would be happy to take a look at it. So on the daily for Euro USD right here, we got USD JPY as well. We're going to be looking at that.
Yeah, that one is still the trade of the week, in my opinion. Yeah.
USD JPY.
Yeah.
The one last week.
Yeah, and it's still valid. It's still one that I traded it last week, end of last week, and I'm looking for a re-entry into it today. But anyway, please, sorry, I keep interrupting you today. I'm so impolite.
No worries at all. No worries at all. So we have a resistance level here for your USD. And so we're hitting a resistance here. Now I'm expecting to see a pullback, but it would mean that if we go too low, you know, what if we go down to these levels? Then we have a lower high on the daily, and I'm not really interested in going long if we have a lower high on the daily, but we might look at this, you know, as one move, and as long as the structure of this move on the lower time frames is intact, maybe we'll get another push at upside for potential breakout. So I want to look at the local trend here, and what we can see here is we had within this area here, we had the break of structure. We almost had sort of like a inverted head and shoulders or a W pattern or something like that, but we did have that break of structure. We also retested that level right here. We retested that level. It's also right inside the reload zone. And you could say that whatever pattern you want to call this, that would be the neckline of that pattern. If this trend is alive, we do not want to go lower than that low. And the way I'm trading is I don't want to go lower than the reload zone of the latest up move, which would be this area right here. I'm going to add the 50 as well because it's in good confluence with another level. We can remove that. Just get my screen up a little bit on my desk.
Sorry, very quickly, just FYI, I closed the trade on gold, the short trade, just now with $100 profit. So overall back in profit with the evaluation account, the high stakes account that we started last week after I think my drawdown was something like down to 19,600 something. So back in the game with that one finally. Let's see how it continues to go.
Nice, very good work. Okay, so I'm obviously looking at a good level around here. Let me add the news as well because I'm not completely 100% sure what happened here. That was the this is a news driven move, as you can see right here, and I believe that might have been the GBP, the UK. I think we're gonna go to the GBP USD and take a look at that. Could that have been the retail sales from the UK? That was on, I don't think so. What happened there? Was that the Trump tweet? Yeah, that was Trump. I think that was Trump. Yeah, so Trump started tweeting about, I think that Trump came out with the 20% tariff thing on the EU. But this is an important level because it would mean that we go back down to retest that level where we originated from. We had the 50 right here. I think this whole region right here is an important support for the euro. If you go back to the 4-hour, we can, draw one trend line here. See if we can connect that trend line with this one. Then that one up here. Could perhaps see we got an accelerating trend line here. It's pretty good here. I like this area for possible retest, and if we do have a retest of that level, let's see where we have the EMAs as well. I have so many indicators on here. That one, this one, let's get rid of the signals. And let's get rid of, okay, let's see if I can get rid of the Fibonacci. Is that getting rid of, okay. So we got the weekly open here, we got the monthly open below. The monthly open obviously looks interesting. We got a good trend here on the 4 hour with the moving averages. Look at the 1 hour right here. Hitting the 20 EMA here on the 1 hour. I think a hit of the 50 EMA here. 50 EMA here on the 1 hour aligns with the 20 EMA area on 4 hour. And then if we add a fib from the low of the news move, this high, we have an interesting confluence between the reload zone and the higher time frame 50. So this is definitely a good level for a bounce on EU. So let's see if I can put in a possible. Did we get some news here? We got inflation rate coming out tomorrow. Okay, so we got inflation rate preliminary coming out tomorrow. That might be quite an important event. The question is, should I put in orders before that to perhaps get, because this is a swing trade with a rather wide stop loss. So the question is, should I put in orders to potentially get filled on the possible volatility with the news event? Or should I wait for the news event to pass and then trade based on, I think that is not a good idea, because if price is trading around this level tomorrow morning, we might have the news event and it might go in 1 hour down and then up. And then I'm looking at the setup and I'm looking at it right here and I'm thinking, now I want to enter, but then I'm entering at the local, like the FTA, and I'm going to miss the whole move. And if I have my stop loss, down here, then I don't think there's a huge chance of getting stopped out, because that's a 130 pip move to the downside. So having a 100 pip stop loss should be safe with that event. We also have durable goods, so a lot of events that might cause some volatility and potentially act as a catalyst for this trade to work. So if I'm going to put in limit orders, I would put it probably around 1.1347. Stop loss I would want to have here. Now my TP for this would be the local, like the local highs first of all, and that's a 1.75R, which I like. But eventually, we talked about the idea previously, and we talked about the fact that what happens if, let me remove the news here at the bottom because there's just so many different ones here. Let's keep the future ones. So if EUR USD can reclaim its range EQ and enter above this level, which of course has a higher probability of happening on the second retest than what we had on the first retest here, then we are looking at a big move. And I would want to see, okay, we're gonna go to the weekly. I'm gonna look at what is the most obvious area above the current one, and I think that would be here. Not much higher. It could be around this area, where I think we're gonna move. We're gonna come into resistance. We can lower it a little bit to that level. And if I'm gonna if I'm looking to take profit here, then I might as well just take profit here. That's a 2.2 R. Quite like that. See on the daily. Yeah, it's below that wick. It's below the daily 20 EMA. Yeah, it's definitely something I'm watching. So this is a trade idea that... Yeah, this is the trade idea that I'm watching on Euro USD. I'm going to be putting some alerts here on the week open to kind of alert me if price goes lower towards my buy area. And then I'm going to have one above current price to alert me if we go above the local high for potential breakout. And then if we get a proper breakout, I will probably get in on that one. Sent the message to the wrong person. That is embarrassing. Like, sent the message to someone I have not talked to in forever, and it's like, okay. Okay, so that's the idea on Euro USD. What else are we looking? Let's take a look at gold. I have some analysis I want to show you on gold. Let's remove all of the indicators here first. I don't think we need any of these. Okay, so first of all, I think it's important to note that we are in a rather strong uptrend here, and if we connect that low and then take it up here like that low, we see that the primary trend for gold is quite bullish, and we might draw let me draw a channel here, or we can indicate the boundaries of the bullish trend by adding a few trend lines here. That is the support area within the uptrend, and this maybe something like this. We create the resistance. Actually, it doesn't make sense to add the resistance, but this is the support or the ascending trend line within this uptrend for gold. So that's the primary trend. This is the primary trend. And then I'm just gonna add it like this, to the high up here and then to that low. What you see right here on the screen is the primary uptrend for gold, okay, where you have a high, higher high, higher high, and a low, higher low, and higher low. Now, why did I draw this as just one line to the downside? That's because this move right here is showing us lower highs and lower lows on the daily, but I believe it's a secondary trend, okay? So this is the primary trend, with the overall swing top being here and the overall swing low being in this area. And the secondary trend is bearish, and that's this one right here. I'm gonna mark that one out as red. We have the green being the primary trend, and we have the red being the secondary trend. And we can add a trend line right here as resistance. And then I'm going to be adding a horizontal level here as well. And what you see right now there's a lot of lines on here, but you get the idea of the primary trend being bullish and in green, so we can remove that one right now. And then we have the secondary trend being bearish within the overall primary trend. Now, before the primary trend is shifting, you will always have a shift in the secondary trend. But the secondary trend gives you the signs before the primary, right? Now, what needs to happen for the secondary trend to confirm itself on the primary trend? Basically, what needs to happen for the primary trend to fail? Well, right now we need to get below that low, form a primary bearish trend. And for the secondary trend to be invalidated and for all time frames to be bullish, because right now we have the daily time frame and the long-term view being bullish, but the local structure is bearish. What we see right here is gold being hitting the trend line for the third time and also hitting a resistance area right here. And for the secondary trend to turn bullish, we need to get above that high. So if we get above that high for gold, that would be a major breakout, and then all perspectives and all timeframes are back in a full bullish mode. And that's, for example, that's a really good breakout that I would be looking to buy. But now we're at an important area because we've got resistance in terms of in the form of a horizontal level. We also have resistance in the form of a descending trend line. If we go into the 4-hour, we see a local bullish trend, very good bullish trend right here. Let's remove the indicator. We also have a good untested level right here. That's an untested breakout area around this level. And make it a little bit smaller like that. And we also, of course, have a few key levels in terms of fibs here. So that's the first Fibonacci level of the first breakout move, untested, perfect confidence here if that level is tested. And then of course we got the second one at the very lows right here. You see how that trend line goes through this area, adding to the confluence of this as resistance, testing that trend line right now, hovering around the resistance area. We got a fake out, gap to the downside, haven't really broken above this level yet. So for gold, or people looking to buy gold, I am looking at this level as marked out with a number 1. And then we have right here below, we got number 2. That's the next level below. Why is that not happening? Why can I not add? Okay, let's go in, add text, number 2. Okay, so we got number 1 being the first initial support area, and then number 2 being the next support area below. On the 4-hour, the 4-hour structure would break if number 1 fails to hold. On the daily, the structure would still be bullish if the level below holds. And if on the daily we move down like this and then up, we bounce, then this would be the first higher low within the secondary trend, and that would be a good sign that the secondary trend might be breaking to the upside and turn bullish. And that would be also on that retest. If you move like this, retest that level and then up again, that will be the 4th retest of that trend line and the 2nd retest on the higher time frames of that resistance, which adds to the idea of a potential breakout. So going back to the 4-hour, one area of interest for gold would be this level right here. But I would say that hitting this level creates a better opportunity to manage risk, because if you enter inside that reload zone, you're going to have your stop loss here. Okay, if you have your stop loss here, you're basically putting your stop loss between this support level and a high time frame untested support level. So you're basically getting stopped out while price moves down to a good support level. Now that's not really what you want to do. You want to have your stop loss below the best support level, which is down here. So then what is the risk to reward? If you're going to take profit here or at the all-time highs, it's not even a 2-hour trade up to new all-time highs for Bitcoin, for gold, I mean. So, but down here, entering on that level, you can put your stop loss. You have 3 levels where you can put your stop loss. The first one here for intraday traders, the one down here for maybe perhaps swing traders, and then the one down here for more position traders. And up to the all-time highs, that's now almost 2R. It's 1.5 to that level, and it's a very, very big stop loss. So even though this is a good level, I would say that the level below is much more interesting from a risk management and risk to reward point of view. However, if we break above here, break above that level, and we take out those local highs, in this case, then we have a possible breakout move for gold, and I might be interested in taking that breakout trade. So that's gold for me. No trade today, most likely, but I'm going to be putting some alerts, inside this level to kind of look at the behavior of price within that level. I'm also going to be putting an alert below that low, below the local swing low on the 4 hour to kind of alert me on what's happening when that level will be hit. Okay, so that's gold and Euro USD. Let's quickly switch over to USD JPY. I did close my swing position that I had on USD JPY, and it's now back at entry. So if you guys remember, the beginning of the month, entered a position on USD JPY based on this for a move up here. I can't really remember the exact setup, but the setup was based on the fact that we hit a high time frame support area, and we broke structure here on the 4 hour with this move right here. And I remember entering around here and then TPing up around this level. So we're now back at that level, and I'd like to look at this again from that cycle perspective. When was the last time we traded below this major support zone? That was in July 2023. If we zoom out to the weekly, we could say that we have a range, but the question is this a high time frame distribution range, or is it just a long-term range that we're going to be trading in for the foreseeable future? Now, looking at the shift in structure for other charts on the higher time frames, like the dollar currency index and the Euro USD and all of that, there might be the possibility that USD JPY is going to break down. I'm not talking from a fundamental perspective. I'm strictly talking from a technical perspective. It's retesting that support over and over again. We can also go into the daily and we can look at what is the past behavior when USD JPY has hit this level. What you have here is a downtrend into the low of this level, strong move. What happened now? All my screens are reloading. You guys see that? I don't know if you guys can still hear me and see me. Wow, it's like it's now painting all over the screen. I'm not even. What? Okay, let's remove that. What happened right there? What happened? Can you guys hear me? Am I still here? Dirk, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Sorry, I was busy modeling a forecasting pattern, forecasting price for the next 30 days for dollar yen.
Okay. So just breaking. I don't know what happened. I think one of my screens got disconnected. I really need a new graphic.
We can see your dollar yen chart here. At least I can.
Great. So USD JPY comes down into this level, and what happened recently was, we had a move down, V recovery. We had a move down, V recovery, retesting levels, move higher, and now this is a completely different structure. We moved down, hit the level, continued higher. Remember that every single time we hit this level in the past, we went from range low to range high, range low to range high. Now range low only up here, and now we're back at the level. So this is an indication that price action is telling us that the move now is much, much weaker. much weaker. No, Henry, I did not get that GPU. I will have to get one. They're just so expensive. They're just so expensive. But yeah, that's USD JPY from the higher time frames. Now, the question is, we're back at a level where I recently wanted to buy, but do I want to buy that level now? I don't think so. I see weakness on the higher time frames. Now, from an intraday perspective, sure, we might get a bounce here, we might move higher, but I'm not seeing the strength that I want to see on the higher time frames here.
You want to say something still about dollar yen, or?
I don't know. You talked about the dollar yen being a good trade, so maybe we could look at that.
It's so first of all, I have to begin to tell you this is like a trade that actually LJ pointed out to me on our podcast we were doing last week on the ABL. So every 2 weeks on a Wednesday, LJ and I have a podcast at 10 a.m. CT where we talk a little bit about the markets from a more fundamental perspective. So not so much about short-term trading, not so much about technical analysis, but more about like what is fundamentally going on behind the market, what is driving the markets at the moment. And he was talking about dollar yen being a good trade to bet on a yen strength, so dollar yen going down. I think that goes a bit into the direction also what you just said, if I heard you correctly. So what I did there is, after listening to him, I wanted to kind of crunch the numbers and analyze if we compare, this is a bit complex now, sorry guys, but this is how trading sometimes is. It's not always just indicators, but you kind of have to look at the fundamentals behind it that sometimes force those moves and are also responsible for the violent moves that we potentially could see. And for dollar yen, one of the key drivers of that exchange rate is the so-called carry trade. So the carry trade means long dollar yen. Why long dollar yen? Because you have a quite high interest rate environment in the USA at the moment, still 4.5% or 4.25%. You have a very low interest rate environment in Japan. So the carry trade here is you buy dollar, sell yen, which basically is long dollar yen, meaning you get a good interest rate, you get more interest rate for US dollars than you pay for yen. And this worked very well for a long time. This is why we saw this whole upswing from 2021 from 104 parity. We were earlier all the way up to 162, where we topped out not that long ago. It was like about 10 months ago, actually. Since then, things have become more difficult. We had like a period where this squeezed, and this is all due to two things. We have, if you compare, for example, the purple line here, which is the 10-year yield on US dollar treasuries, to the 10-year yield of Japanese treasuries, which is the, what is that color? Slightly red, less purple one here above. So it's my thesis here is that the spread gives the indication here where the fair value of dollar yen should be. Now, you could, of course, go through here and go all the way back and do that manually. But what I like to do in cases like this, where I have like a fundamental theory or a theory which stems from more a fundamental analysis or a sentiment analysis, I want to crunch the numbers. I want to test, in this case, is there a correlation between the 10-year Japanese yield, the 10-year US yield, the spread between both of those, and the fair value of where the currency exchange rate of dollar versus yen should be. Now, in the past, and if I say in the past, I mean like really just like maybe 2.5 years ago, I would have downloaded all of this data, scroll back as far as I can until all the data I can get until you see this little dinosaur here, and then you go up here and go to export chart data, download it, put it into Python, parse it, clean it, analyze it, do a correlation analysis, which usually would take me, with all the bug fixing, around maybe 1.5 to 2 days. It's not rocket science, but you need to know a bit of Python or even something like JavaScript if you want to do it in there, whoever is that brutal to themselves to use JavaScript for something like this. But nowadays, you don't need this anymore because you have really good coding skills in something like ChatGPT, or in my case, I like to use Claude for something like this. So what I literally just did while Jonatan was talking about for the past 10, 15 minutes, I downloaded all this data and I gave Claude a task to do the analysis. I painfully would code myself in an automatic way. Is this one? Yeah. So this time I don't forget to add this one. So what I did, I downloaded the data just now, and I gave, first I only started with a Japanese 10-year yield. I asked it like, okay, what does the attached data tell you? So it tells me like, oh, okay, this is the dollar-yen exchange rate, open, high, low, close value. Then you have the Japanese 10-year treasury yield. I do that because I want to make sure that ChatGPT or Claude in this case understands the data it's working with. And then I gave it the task first and said, hey, I want you to analyze the correlation between the daily close of dollar-yen and the Japanese 10-year treasury yield. After it was done, it gave me some data, which in my opinion didn't really have any alpha, any edge trading-wise. So I added what I showed you just now, the 10-year treasury yield to it, and said, I want you to analyze, is there a correlation between dollar-yen and those two treasury yields, and I want you to forecast what the dollar-yen closing for the next 1, 2, 10, 20, and 30 days is based on this data. So after crunching the number a little bit, it gave me like a comprehensive review and said like, hey, Dirk, there's really a high correlation between the spread of those two, so the 10-year US treasury yield and the 10-year Japanese treasury yield, and the price of dollar-yen. It's a correlation actually of 0.68 to 0.71, which is a high correlation. Anything above 0.5, really, you can count already as a high correlation. That doesn't always mean that there's a causation, meaning that that's really is the main driver of where the price is going to be. And when I asked it like, okay, predict what the price closing should be for the next days, it said, well, you know, the next days actually dollar-yen should close 1 day ahead. That would be today, because the last one is based on Friday at 125.17, and so on 30 days in the futures at 124.65. Now, of course, this is very unrealistic. We are not going to today have a volatility in dollar-yen probably of 12%. So we're not going to drop from 142.88 we're trading right now all the way down to 125. But this is because the model that Claude is using here is an equilibrium model. It's not a so-called time series model, so not a timing model, if you want to put it like this. What this model shows you is like, where's the fair value according to the spread we are seeing between US treasury bills and Japanese treasury bills at the moment, and the fair price for dollar-yen according to this model would be somewhere around 124.6 and 125.17 points. So with us trading well above that at 142.88 at the moment, this for me is a strong indication that I should look for short trades. And we can see, especially if we go on the lower time frame. So let me switch. Wait, I need to switch, of course, first again to my trading view. So if you switch to, where is it? This one here. And I go, for example, down to the 15-minute chart. We can see that probably we are not the first ones to notice this, because we had in the past, well, really 14 days, well, not quite, what was it, like 12, 13 days, dollar-yen pretty much, what is that now? That is totally bullshit. I want the trend line going all the way really into what probably every textbook about technical analysis would define as a downtrend, right? I'm not saying like this is any significant that you should short it now whenever it touches the trend line, but it shows that the market seems to be following this theory for now that at the moment dollar yen is overvalued, that the yen should be much stronger. If the fair value is at 125 or 124 or 140 or 135, we need to go into much more detail, of course, and fine-tune the model for this anyway. But based on the findings, and really these are just findings on an idea that I got last week and on some data I used a language model to help me to code and analyze correlations and come up with something like a fair value for that at the moment. This is pretty solid in my opinion. So based on this, I don't think the right choice at the moment, at least if we look at the next 30 days and if the spread stays like we are seeing it right now in between the 10-year treasury bill in the USA and Japan, should not be the long trade, should not be the contrarian trade. You would make your life extremely difficult and you would probably go very much about the natural flow of institutional money at the moment, which is flowing out of the US dollar and into the yen. So this is why am I telling you this? Because I want to showcase to you that even with something boring like fundamental analysis, you can find trade ideas on more shorter time frame setups, like on the 15-minute chart, or like trades for the next day, 2 weeks, or 30 days, however long it takes that we potentially reach this fair price according to the momentary spread of 125. And if I would tell you, hey, I have an asset here that seems to be currently 12% overvalued, what would be your natural instinct? You probably wouldn't say like, oh, I want to buy this. You probably would say, I want to sell it. Well, here you can back up your analysis, your technical analysis with real correlation data. And this is what all this AI out there is so useful for me. We are talking about something that usually would take me 1 to 1.5 days, which I was able to do in 15 minutes or even 10 minutes while Jonatan was analyzing this. I just downloaded the data, typed it in there, did some critical asking later on, which I didn't show you right now, to make sure the Claude doesn't just fantasize up data. You always need to make sure of that, and ask critical questions. But it makes your life so much easier. You can do that. You don't need to code to know any coding. But it helps you to really look at the markets in more dimensions than just saying, oh, I believe in technical analysis is like the final answer. This is like the solution to everything. Price is like all I need to analyze the markets. So, yeah, just as a little side note here.
Right. So I just entered orders for, by the way, that analysis was really cool. And I like how you put it into Claude and let it analyze it for you. I like to do that as well. And I'm wondering, maybe I like the. I've never used Claude. I use ChatGPT for most of my things. Why do you prefer Claude?
Because Claude, at least for what I'm doing, is better in coding. I know you like to create with the help of ChatGPT, like trading bots, for example, right? To automate your strategies. I haven't tried that with Claude yet, but for these correlation analysis type of stuff, I like to use Claude because it has like a routine in there where it fixes itself. So from my experience, maybe it's different now. In ChatGPT, once you encounter an error, you need to post like, oh, this is like the error message that came up, please fix the code. Claude does that automatically. It codes on the side, it tests it for you, as long as the model, of course, is not too complex. If you want to test like millions of parameters in a transformer type of machine learning architecture, it's going to tell you, this is too complex, I cannot do that, you're going to block all resources. But I can give you the code to that yourself. But simple things like this, a correlation analysis, is not that GPU dependent, for example. It will do itself, and then it will, I can actually show you that, sorry. Again, I'll quickly switch to that one again to show you that. Here this one here. Wait, I need to edit again. Yeah, here we go. So if I go up here, for example, you can see these here. it's in German now, it says analyze data. And every time it starts that again, there was a error message. So somewhere along here, it probably encountered here an error. Oh, clean data is not defined. Okay, so I need to, it fixes this bug in the next one. Then it might encounter a new bug and starts fixing it automatically as well, which is like very convenient because you're not like copy pasting, compiling errors or something like this all the time. Depends really, of course, on the complexity of what you are trying to do.
Yeah, that's really cool. I have not seen ChatGPT being able to adjust or fix its own mistakes. And sometimes what I'm getting stuck with ChatGPT is things like I give it instructions and then I get an error and then I tell it about the error and it rewrites it with a new error. And then I have to go back with that new error and then I get a new error. And then I'm like, getting and
eventually you end up with the first error again because it forgets about
exactly.
So I'm like, you have that in Claude as well, but for PineScript, I have to fairly say it's the same routine there as well, because you always need to. It doesn't test the code itself. You need to copy paste the code into TradingView first, then run it, then tell it, oh, this was the error while compiling the whole thing, or I want this or that different displayed, but. Generally, in coding, I had better experience with Claude. That being said, I think it's important also to know a little bit yourself about coding too. The more complex the project is, the more you know, like, this is the error you encountered. Please make sure you do things like this. Like, for example, in PineScript, I don't know about ChatGPT, one thing that Claude likes to do when it comes, in PineScript, you need to, when you have certain call functions, they all need to be in one line. You cannot do like write a bit, the next line, and then do the little, I don't know what's called in English at the end again. And it always forgets about this.
Right, okay. Just a quick idea here I have on AD&CD. We have a lot of people asking about gold as well. We have taken a look at gold, but maybe we can take another look at gold later. But just one thing I'm watching here on AUD/NCD. Now, first of all, AUD/NCD is a pair that is quite difficult to get a good read on, especially on the higher time frames, because this is the monthly, and you can clearly see that big range. It's a big range. We have been in a major range for the last 20 years. Now, what I do like about this range, though, is that we have a clear high point and a clear low point. The low point is marked out by one, the highs and lows are marked out by one specific move as well, which is the lows being the low of that move and the highs being the high of that move. And this is something that I definitely like when drawing out a range. I think this is the high time frame range, right? So what I do when drawing out a range is I use the Fibonacci retracement tool, and within the Fibonacci retracement tool, I mark out the I use a range template, which basically adds the 1, the 0, and the 0.5, the 50%. So if I use the fib from that low to this high, that's going to give you 3 lines, 1 being the range lows, 1 being the range highs, and 1 being the range EQ. So I always like to understand where am I in within the range. Now we are testing the range EQ area right now. So, and we can also look at this overall trend right here, which what I'm watching now is actually kind of goes against my overall bias for this trade, but it's still interesting to add this. We're going to extend the right line right here. These are some high time frame levels that we're watching. We're watching the range EQ right here, the white dotted lines. We're watching this high time frame ascending trend line as well. That's on the weekly. Now let's go down into the daily. Now, what I see here on the daily is that we have, let's add the fibs here as well. On this move, we have recently tested the 0.618 conflict with a high time frame resistance area, and we're broken important level right now. Looking at the 4-hour, we do see a change in structure here that kind of looks something like this, more or less. And if we go even lower, we have on the 1 hour a break of this general area right here. And looking at the structure on the 4 hour, we also have that high time frame trend line going here, and we also have the reload zone of the latest up move down here, and that's also the range EQ area right here. So it's a lot of confidence within this area. And we do see it could be viewed as a head and shoulders pattern with an ascending trend line as the neckline.
Is that a quasi?
I think that's a quasi, yeah.
I think that's a quasi, how Victor would define it, right?
Yeah, asymmetrical head and shoulders.
Like somebody doing like this.
Yeah, exactly. So we broke down, and I'm looking for a move back up, because as you can see here, price fluctuates, right? Price doesn't go just down in one straight line. It's a lot of times goes up and down, and I want to get filled on this order right here. The reason why I'm looking for higher prices is because the risk to reward to me is not worth this trade. To me is not worth 1.2 R, but it is definitely worth 1.75 if we can get that retest of that level. And then I want to see the move come down towards the 0.618 level, front running that level a little bit based on that wick right there. That's the orders I have in right now for Euro NCD. No, AUD NCD as a swing trade based on that higher time frame structure. I'm going to put in some alerts here, one at entry, one at the stop loss, and then one below for potential invalidation of the idea. Yeah, so that's AUD NCD. While streaming here, I've been going through the pairs here on a daily time frame, just to see if I can find anything interesting that might be worth trading here. AUD CHF is kind of interesting, but I mean it's a major downtrend right here. Have hit interesting areas in terms of resistance. Get a nice weekly wick on that. So I think this one is a potential short on AUD CHF as well. You can kind of see how, if you go into the lower time frames, you can see how we had an uptrend here. And then we had that break of structure when breaking below that trend line. So it's similar to what we have on NCD, AUD NCD. And we're retesting this level. And if we add the reload zone here, we could perhaps expect a move down towards that 50% level. Perhaps something like this. Let's use the channel tool here. We can mark this as a green. This would be an uptrend. Then we can mark out this one downtrend. And remove the trend lines. Where's that trend line? Right there. And then we have another one here. So we can see us moving within this bullish trend. Then we break the structure here. We could perhaps see something like this, is what I'm thinking. And we also have, of course, we have that as you normally have when you have a structure like this, you're going to be seeing that head and shoulders. Again, with that sloping trend line. Text a little bit smaller. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I like that. So for a trade on this, I think it's on the 4 hour here. I can, where's the previous high? Right there. So the stop loss can be above that one. And I want to run the 0.618. Yeah, I quite like that trade. Makes a lot of sense from a price action perspective. Okay. Not sure if you're joking, if you like them because they look pretty, or if you referring to the fact that they're not perfect. And I know that when I'm adding my trend lines, there's they are rarely perfect, you know, but I'm not really looking at the exact prices or the exact wicks and, you know, to make them perfect. What I like to do is I like to think about the trend line just in the same way as I'm thinking about a horizontal level, that there's some sort of like buffer zone around it. So if this lower green line would be the trend line, then I'm looking at this like this. So this would be the trend line, like this whole area. So sometimes you'll see wicks above and below my trend line area, but that's because I'm viewing this as the level of the trend line. I guess I'm going to enter orders for a short on AD CHF as well. And for those of you wondering, these trades are taking with like a quarter of a percent. I'm not trading based on trend lines. Like trend line has a very small part of my trading, so it's not based off trend line. What I'm trading off, basically, like the things I'm showing you guys here is to visualize the idea, but I'm just trading based on this, right? This is what I'm trading based on, and it's just price. Sometimes looking at a few indicators and things like that, but I think everyone looking at this would have an understanding of the fact that we're getting a break of structure. You know, we're moving from higher highs and higher lows into a structure of lower highs and lower lows. And to show you guys my thought process and help you visualize the idea, I'm adding all of these different tools that will, you know, show you the overall idea. So I'm going to be entering a short trade here on AUD CHF. So I'm about halfway till the target of the high stakes evaluation account. They give me like 5 or 6% profit. Hoping I will pass that evaluation maybe sometime next month. All right, so I'm short right there on AUD CHF. That's the trade. Then I have the orders in for AD NCD as well, looking for that pullback. We're getting some movement on NZD USD, NZD, the New Zealand dollar looks interesting. NZD CHF, forget CAD CHF. Something interesting definitely is happening on. Okay, so let me explain. Oh wow, I just took a sip of water and it just went splashed back into my face. Oh, this is good. Good, I felt a little bit tired. Okay, so when I mean I trade based on price is I analyze market structure. And I analyze market structure in terms of, you know, are we what is the current trend telling me? I'm a trend following trader, but I can also take breakout trades in the direction of the trend. Sometimes I'll take mean reversion trades, but I would say that I'm more of a trend following trader, and I'm more of a type of trader that follows the trend. So in terms of a price action perspective, we can look at the GBP JPY, for example. Why do I think GBP JPY is an interesting pair or a possible trade? Because we have right now, I'm looking at the local trend here, where I see that we had one move to the downside, and then we form a consolidation area. So we can perhaps do something like this: consolidation area, break above that consolidation area, creates a high, a higher low, higher high, and a new higher low. Now this tells me that the trend right now is bullish. So I want to be long, and when I see a bullish trend, I want to be long that bullish trend. And I want to make sure that I don't go long inside or into resistance. So I want to go out to the weekly. I want to make sure that I'm not buying resistance, which kind of feels like I am. And then on the weekly, it's kind of like in a downtrend. Sparklight says is pure bearish. Well, not on the daily, I wouldn't say that it's bearish. I mean, there's I don't think it's not the local trend, but then on the weekly, I would agree that, yeah, it's definitely bearish on the weekly, which would tell me that not very interested in buying this, because what looked good on the daily, I mean, now we're at the top of this range, top of the channel. Not really liking what I'm seeing here from that weekly perspective. But on the daily, like you asked me what I'm looking for, what do I mean exactly when I trade based on price? If we ignore the fact that the weekly is bearish, and we ignore the fact that we are at the top of the channel, like best cases, you would want to trade a high time frame bullish channel, and you want to find a long setup at the lower end of that channel. But if you look at this local structure and this local trend, what I see right now is I see that GBP JPY has exited a accumulation area, broke out, created a high, new accumulation, created a low, a higher high, and now a new accumulation right here, following the structure of the previous moves within this trend. And we also have a fairly good looking bullish candle printing for USD GBP JPY right now. If this daily candle can close like this, I would also say that we perhaps have broken above some type of accumulation here in the 4 hours. So if we go into the 4 hour, we do see some type of shift of structure here. Now I'm really trying to find a long here just to show you what I would be looking at. We have a down move and then maybe a high, perhaps a higher low and a breakout. And if we follow the same structure as previously, we might expect that we could see a break above that level. And I would want to see a breakout, a retest of that level up to the local highs, or even higher if the higher timeframes are bullish and we have high timeframe levels. So the trade would then be either a breakout trade, but most likely break and retest trade, something like this. The stops below the last swing low prior to the breakout, and then TP at the first trouble area or the closest resistance above, which would be around this area. basically it. Just looking at price structure, looking at the market structure, and trying to follow the moves and follow the trends that I think the market is printing right now. It's a very simple way of trading, but it's also a very discretionary way of trading. But I have in the past traded a more systematic approach, but it's basically all the same, because the indicators that I used to give me signals from the systematic approach would most likely confirm a setup like this as well. Because when I traded that systematic approach, what I started to realize was that the indicators that gives me the signals are never going to give me good signals unless price action agrees. So I started thinking, what if it's just about the price action? What if I look at price action first and then add the indicators? And what I've found is that when price action agrees, like 90% of the time, the indicators will agree on that as well. So I simply started scaling back on the indicators and realizing that, wait a minute, I don't need indicators. Like now, for example, on the daily here, for example, I'll be adding the 20 and the 50 EMA. And in best case scenario, I want the 20 to be here and the 50 to be here, but something like that, just showing me that there's a good trend. On the stochastics RSI, I'm going to be adding the stochastics RSI. On the stochastics RSI, I want it to be like in the oversold territory. And what else? I want the price to be inside the reload zone. So we can begin by adding the moving averages. Okay, so now we're adding the 20 and the 50 EMA, exactly where I thought they were, like in the area where I want them to be. 20 and the 50 EMA aligns with price action, which is, I kind of know this by looking at price, right? Because with time, you'll start to understand where the moving averages are, depending on what price is doing and how long it has been trading and those things. Now let's add the stochastics RSI. Now again, I want the stochastics RSI to be low. Looking at right here, it's fairly low. It's almost at the oversold area. So that's exactly what I want to see with the stochastics RSI. And now let's add the reload zone. I want price to have tested the 0.618, maybe reclaim the 50. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so this is perfect, right? Came down, hit the midpoint of the reload zone, confident with the moving averages. It's now reclaiming the 50%. Exactly as I said it would do. Because I know from looking at price action, I know where the fib levels are. I know a lot of times I know in a trending environment where the EMAs are, and I can look at price and tell you most likely where the momentum indicators are. So it's all in my head. Now, if you're new in trading, you don't know this, because this is like 8 years of experience. It becomes second nature, becomes intuitive. But if you're new in trading, you don't know that, right? So you need to add a few indicators to tell you which direction to look at. Maybe look at something I started doing recently is actually looking at the MACD histogram only for divergences, and that's actually a very interesting indicator. We can look at MACD histogram right here. And okay, that's not the one now I was referring to, but what you see here is only the MACD histogram. You can of course also modify the MACD and just remove the lines and just look at the histogram. Now, and then look for divergences on the histogram. Now, this is actually interesting because sometimes something that I've learned recently is that the MACD is a lagging indicator, the RSI is a lagging indicator, but they can be leading. And when looking for divergences, you actually have a leading indicator. And same thing goes for volume. If you have an uptrend on declining volume, it tells you that the interest in the uptrend is declining. You have less and less buyers. You have less people being interested in following this uptrend. That's a leading indicator. That tells you that something is happening and it might translate into something in the future. So that's something to really think about. But yeah, that's kind of breaking it down the way I'm trading based on price action. Hopefully it makes sense. We got Money Mitch right here. By the way, guys, we are I'm gonna see if I can add a redirect to Trader Paul's live stream. You gotta go check out Trader Paul. I'm sure now with the US markets being closed today, it's gonna be very very exciting live stream in the equities market. But definitely go check out Trader Pool. I'm gonna see if I can do a redirect. And they got some major news, major announcement coming up. I can't share any details, but definitely need to check out their YouTube channel. Lots of cool things happening over there.
I got all my neon lights behind me are like dying at the same time. I think that's an indication that I should stop streaming for today.
I feel like I just want to go lay down on the couch.
Yeah, because you have been analyzing the hell out of the market for the past 45 minutes. You have like nonstop, bam, 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 this, that.
Yeah.
So you're like on fire,
like
man. You know, like...
No, it's happening again. Do you see my screen? It's happening again. The GPUs is dying on me. It's like...
But your camera light is suddenly like flickering. Like suddenly you're blue. I think you need a new GPU, man. Really. What GPU are you using? Huh?
Yeah.
What graphic cards are you using? Yeah, that's too much with all your monitors there and cameras.
Yeah. It's
ever since I updated here to a high-end AMD GPU, and also, I mean, you don't do editing, but I don't have any flaws anymore. And I put like 64 gigabyte of RAM into my new one. Because,
wait a minute, something's happening on AD NCD. I got filled. Wow, really? Is that happening now? Okay.
Boom.
Man, I thought that the daily candle was the current price. God damn, I nearly made an accident here in the office. Okay,
Henry, does that mean you are not a fan of AMD? You are an NVIDIA fan? I can see LJ.
I just sent a link to. Is it Steven or is it Steven from ABL? Right, Steven.
NVIDIA for the win. I just cried a little bit NVIDIA, Henry, because I bought NVIDIA when it really dipped down nice, but I took my profit too earlier. It was a nice 1,000 euros in that case. I won with a trade, but still could have had so much more.
But I
never had drivers issues with AMD. On the contrary, I was more with NVIDIA.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's my stream deck? Right there. Okay. So you
have so much stuff connected, and you're using this old GPU.
Dude,
what are you using? Like a Commodore 64 from 1980, or?
Okay, I did not hear a word because I am so focused on the chart right here. I got filled on AD NCD. Wish me luck. AD NCD is filled. We got to look at AD CHF. I am looking. I like it. I like it a lot. In Jim Carrey's voice, Ace Ventura. I love that movie.
Shall I add LJ to the stage?
Let him wait. Let him use.
Are you ready, LJ?
Yeah.
Kind of, he says. Welcome, man.
All right, welcome, man. The champion.
Champion of the world, and he's celebrating with a gin tonic, I see.
Back in the house. No, I got a lemonade.
Oh, lemonade. Okay, that would have been my next guess.
But yeah, I run through a bottle of these every trading session.
Okay.
So. It stops me from getting hungry, so I just have something to sip on.
Yeah, I should do that too. I'm like a stress eater, so whenever, especially when trades go against me, I start like munch.
Yeah. So I normally hold off and wait until I go to the gym, go train, then eat after that, and try not to eat during the day. But you do get a little bit hungry. So I'm on lower calories at the minute as well. So I'm a little bit peckish.
So how does it feel to be the champion of the champions?
Just doing my thing, I guess. Just keeping it tidy,
the last day is not over yet. In theory, I still have a chance to catch up. Although I just returned into positive territory with the account finally. But how much did you make in a week on the 20K account?
So I think the first stage I ended up 12.9%. And then the second stage, I cleared the the 5% target on the first day. So that was up like 1,300. I left trades in on Friday though. I had some other stuff go on, and then so I had to close them out. So I think I'm back down at plus like 700 profit at the minute. But yeah, so
but
get that
in total 700. Or what is that?
Yeah.
Or for the second.
On the other one. So both together, I think that's what 3,400 or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like, so you're basically up. What is that, like 15% in total? Or?
Yeah, total. Yeah, something like
nice.
that. Yeah.
So there you have it, like 15% up within a week. I think it's safe to bet. I haven't seen what Victor was doing last week yet, but that you're probably going to take the crown. And Jonatan, you know, what is the gentleman getting as a prize?
I'm gonna figure something out. You're definitely gonna get a prize.
You're gonna send me one of his screens.
I think you can.
I've already got too many, to be honest. It's not very
the way it
helpful.
looks right now, I don't need
Something you can put in the background, maybe, you know.
Yeah.
So you're going to have like
we're
awesome
definitely
golden
gonna-
something. Then of course we have Mike, who needs like the pile of poop in the background or whatever, and double pile of poop actually.
Yeah.
No, man, we're gonna get you something. Definitely gonna get you something.
Yeah. Are you going to continue trading that account?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll keep
nice.
trading it.
Of course.
I guess you get a funded account. I
Yeah.
guess that's
I
pretty
mean, yeah,
good.
I was going to say, I guess that's the win. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If it weren't for me and the
Maybe you want to say no to
competition,
free money, so I'm rich enough already. I don't need it anymore.
Well, I didn't expect anyone to actually get funded from this competition. I was just
nice,
expecting us to have some
but,
fun.
you know,
and
that
then
was
the
like-
LJ comes along and it's like, oh, I'm got another funded account. Yeah, it's
Awesome.
pretty good.
But I swear to you, I'm going to get it funded too. And if that is the last thing I'm doing. I
good.
cried to myself after my fat finger trade. I got 2-3 more that went to my stop loss. But this morning, I finally got it over 20K again.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, look, fat finger, that stuff happens all the time. It's like on the Friday, I left stuff in when I finished out all the rest of my trading. I thought I'd closed it all, and then went off and was doing other stuff. And I was like, shoot, came back and, you know, just to see where we closed the day and the end of the week, and then realized like, damn it, I left these trades.
But could have been super lucky also. Though. If it runs for you, you're like, oh,
yeah,
I did this on
unfortunately
purpose.
Yeah, because I was catching some of the earlier the shock moves from the headline stuff from the EU tariffs, and then the further on from that, and then obviously into the end of the week we sort of unwound most of that. So it was all running against me whilst I was off doing some other stuff. So.
Okay, so Stephen cannot be joining today, which means LJ, you're most likely going to be doing some of the stream alone. Do you have admin access to everything?
I believe so, as far as I'm aware.
You can add your screen and that sort of things.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I
Hopefully
gotta.
I won't be too.
And then you can talk about the
Browsing
beauty
delusional.
of dollar yen short for basically 2 hours.
Well, I gotta. Well, I need to get some lunch, and then I'll be back later. But I'll try to come on earlier now that, seeing as Mike is sick, you know, whatever he's doing.
Is he still
Look,
sick?
I'm sick as well. I don't know if you can tell my voice, but I took a bunch of like cold and flu tablets before, and it's holding together.
Nice, good stuff. Good stuff.
Dude, I also got a concussion yesterday. As well.
What?
Oh, really?
Just
Why? What
moving stuff
happened?
around yeah, just fully cleaned my head on the door sill when we were moving stuff around. I was trying to reshift some things in here, caught my feet up on some of the cables, and then just absolutely cracked it because I was trying not to smash the table into the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, and then end up putting myself in the wall instead.
I thought maybe it was
wow.
because you were watching Oscar Piastri just not being able to catch up to.
Oh yeah, there was that too. Yeah. No, I started watching that, but I actually fell asleep during the race.
I mean, if there's one Grand Prix to fall asleep to, it's Monte Carlo. It's just so crazy boring, right?
It is just 75 laps of, you know.
The excitement of that Grand Prix was the qualifying, and after it was
yeah, precisely.
who can go the slowest.
So, yeah. We'll find
was it Monaco yesterday?
Yeah, it was Monaco and was
That's a
boring.
good track though. A lot of action on that one. I didn't see
a lot of action if you define action by driving behind the guy in front of you because there's just no space to overtake.
Yeah, not these days.
Yeah, like if you get like if you get out first and there's no crashes, then you're most
that's
likely
basically what
It's
happened. No,
exciting
Norris
when
started
there's-
first and finished
Yeah.
first.
If there's a big crash, like what was the F2? Wasn't it like 11 car pileup?
Oh yeah,
I think.
right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when you get a bit, at least that's a bit exciting. But apart from that, yeah, it's not a very exhilarating race. So not these days anyway.
Yeah.
Until they make the cars smaller again.
Well, next year is going to change everything. New regulations, new rules, and thanks for having us, guys, for the past 2 hours on this.
What news? What rules next year? What are you talking about?
2026, like the rules are going to have a complete overhaul again when it comes to, well, basically the whole car, especially the engines, or the more components when it comes to electrically powering your car, for example. I don't know the details, honestly speaking, but it's basically, it's like, F1 always move in the cycle. You have like regulations, then you have teams outperforming, other teams catching up, and then you basically, after normally like 4 years, you end up with everybody being more or less within half a second or 1 second of the fastest one on the grid. This is what we usually see at the moment. And when the new regulations come, it kind of everything gets more exciting again, because you don't know, who's like the one who adapted the best from the beginning. Probably Mercedes.
Yeah. I'm keen to see what happens with Adrian Newey, what he can do fast and Martin.
Yeah, I mean, he did. It seems like they integrated him on some updates already. I mean,
today
Alonso was
Monaco was
pretty
the
well,
first race he's actually attended.
Yeah.
So, and they were saying, he has given them a couple little minor tips here and there, but I think mostly focusing on next year.
I mean,
So
the
that's
only
where it's
role
all
they
centered.
really have is Lance Stroll anyway. But
Yeah.
anyway, I gotta make a
Right.
move. Have fun, guys. If possible, maybe I want to check in later again. Was a pleasure being on here again, and be careful out there. Remember, US stocks not trading today, so we could see some odd liquidity moves, especially if the orange gentleman wakes up and starts tweeting stuff again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a quiet day, hey, because we had UK out as well, and then now the US too. So
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get some lunch. I'll be back after LJ and keep you company.
alrighty, cool, man.
Take care.
All right. Take care. I'm gonna add your screen here and I'm gonna leave.
Alrighty, ciao guys, ciao Dirk.
Here.
Hello. How we going? How doing, team? So, what have you guys been covering before this? We'll start off. I'll run through a couple charts and stuff in a minute, but we'll start off if there's anything anyone wants me to look at first. Throw it in now, and I'll add it sort of to the list of things. Hey Raf, doing well, brother. Good to see you. Did you watch the GP on the weekend as well? Two positions on EU and GU, hey? Okay, alrighty. We can go through dollar yen as well. Indeed. I think I saw you guys talking about that a little bit just earlier with Dirk and Jonatan, so we'll go through that. Let me just add these to the list. I'll just look it up actually. That'll be fine. All right, since we're first, we'll go dollar yen first. Here we go. Alrighty. What is the Z-score indicator? All right, so Z-score indicator, I'll just quickly run through that one, seeing he's sitting down the bottom. Might be a little squished on the screen. Normally I have it on a much larger screen, but basically a Z-score indicator is pretty much, it's like a standard deviation indicator, basically, easiest way to think of it. And so what we're looking at is typically price rarely spends any time up in the sort of 2 to 3 standard deviation band. Even the 2 standard deviation band, it's pretty rare. And you can see down here, basically that's the probability of that sort of move happening. So the indicator here basically shows you the oscillation between these, and you can see sort of when prices move to extremes, which can help you with like an indication of whether to, you know, reverse the trade, that kind of thing. So you can see obviously dollar yen, that lines up with up here, taking that from extremes, move through the center point. Now you've also shifted into a more bearish structure, which you can see that lines up with here, which is about in line with the sort of swing lows before we shot up there. Dollar yen overall though, we'll go over, this is for our target, what we for our time frame we got here. So I think you guys were talking about it a bit before, so I don't want to you know, bore everyone going over the same stuff, because I think we've got a pretty similar outlook. I think Dirk was saying we've been talking about dollar yen recently with the yield differentials and that kind of thing. So definitely looking to keep an eye on dollar yen as well as the dollar index at the moment. We've got a bit of a similar structure. So on this longer term time frame, I'll go over this first. Let's go back to the daily actually. So yeah, we definitely have this larger structure up here. So if we make it this big box, right? And then obviously breaking down through there, we're going to be looking at some of these lower levels. And I think Dirk was saying, per the current yield differential, you're looking at about 125. Obviously, we're not going to get a move that aggressive anytime soon, but that is looking at where more fair value might be. Going over to DXY, we've got a similar structure on here. Looking at DXY potentially breaking down into this lower sort of area, which means you would see the corresponding moves, one for the dollar yen and then also for the euro, back up pressing those highs above 116 potentially. Alrighty, we'll go RAF, we'll go EU/GU, then we'll jump over to the NAS Hamed. All right. EU/GU, we'll pull that down a bit. So EU's definitely had a good little pump. So I can delete these guys. No, I'll leave that for now. We've managed to get back above this sort of range that's been capping us for a little bit here. That was from the obviously the tariff-induced kerfuffle running right up through here. We've pulled back into that lower area. It's found sort of a bit of a base and running back up again. So this obviously lines up with the structures we were seeing on dollar index. Of course, the euro being the majority of the index. We'll drag this up. So I managed to get out of this sort of box in here, bit of a break, retest, push on from there, and we're now coming into these highs. Where we're looking at now, give me a, I'll just use this guy, this kind of area. Probably looking for a bit of a deeper pullback myself into about circa here, call it 113.60 ideally. Somewhere around there before a potential test and push back up. Overall, from the dollar, I'd like to see a bit of that retracement across the board. Things to remember is tomorrow we do have durable goods, and then Friday will be the PCE. So let's go over to GU. GU going to be slightly similar deal to EU, of course. However, GU, if we go out a little bit longer, go to the daily here. We've definitely had this sort of recent break above sort of recent highs. So it's got a bit more strength in it than EU. And we can see, go over to the corresponding levels up here, significant levels. So we're looking at 137 kind of area. After having broken up above here, again, ideally I'd be looking for a retest in order to really go long. So if we go back to sort of intraday stuff, let's go to 15 minute. Similar story as we saw with EU, looking for a bit more of a drop down into these kind of head levels, somewhere about here to really enter. So you could either consider, going short, looking for that today, and then looking for a retest there, and then potential move back up. All right, let me catch up on the comments. All right, we'll go over to Nas in a sec first. Hamed. What else we got? Ethereum, gold, DAX, BTC, dollar CAD. What's the standard deviation I put into these? On this, let me check the settings on here. I have to go into. I'm still amateur as with good old TradingView, guys. So I've always used all my other platforms. So just bear with me. Nope. How do we do just settings for this guy? God, I'm terrible, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I've just got it on the standard settings anyway, Henry. Whatever they were before. Oh wait, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. There you are. I might have changed a little bit, maybe. Not sure. But yeah, 100. And then 2. Yeah, that's all. So there you go. You can pause that or whatnot if you wanna throw it on. All right, let's go back up here. Let's go to this guy. Let's go to the NAS. NAS is pretty interesting. We'll go over to gold as well for a cross compare. So gold has definitely pulled back today after the better news over the weekend regarding the US tariff situation, putting the pause on that 50% number out until July. So it gives them a little bit to sort of renegotiate a couple of things. We'll see if anything happens by then. Obviously, Trump doing this in the beginning is really just to put pressure on the EU to try and sort something out. That's a NAS, sorry. So NAS, we had the big pump. Problem now is after we've had this sort of good news today, we definitely shifted lower. That's more on just like general breakdown in relations due to the tariffs. And where we're looking is, I mean, this on a 15-minute doesn't look great at all. This looks like we're going for a bit of a dip. So that would be my general lean, just as far as the larger themes. We've had such a huge, pullback higher. If we look, let's go a bit further out even for the daily. Of course, this was the tariff-induced lows from Trump. We probably overshot those lows a little bit, given everyone expecting the tariff stuff to come along, but no one was looking for it to actually be quite as bad as they were. They were much worse. We got that impulsive shock lower. We've now moved up on the basis that a lot of the agreements coming together, or at least the communication, has been better than expected. People thought it'd be even worse and a lot more frictious. That said, there hasn't been any real material trade deals done as yet such. So people will probably still be looking for any kind of indicator for this to break new highs, that kind of thing, will need to come from actual concrete deals being done. And then in the background of that, we've also got the labor market and the consumer slightly weakening at the moment. So over time, by the time all that gets done, we could see a bit of a decline if some of the economic numbers start showing a little bit of a wobble. A number of the forward-leading indicators, however, going a bit further out, are showing that things should actually pick up, in fact. Go back to gold now, first of all. So gold, we had these all-time highs up here, up by that 3,500. We got the sort of a dip, bit of retracement, pullback since we've had the better headline stuff coming out. Since then, we've rallied back. And it looks as though we've got a bit of a trend line coming in here, actually. So yeah, that's not a bad piece to keep on check there. Again, gold breaking higher, breaking lower is going to be dependent on again, the progress of these trade talks going forward still. We have had somewhat of a breakdown in some of the geopolitical talks between various nations who are all got a bit of infighting and that sort of thing, whether it be India and Pakistan, the Russia-Ukraine stuff, Israel-Palestine, Iran being brought in there, and that whole mix. So we did have some good talks, but again, nothing material has concretely happened. So there definitely is a risk that some of these things can flare up, and then you'd see gold breaking higher. I'd be looking for this kind of cross level here. But if we do break that, you're really going to shoot up. Between now and there, then I'd say you'd play it down into pullbacks to get long. Either that or wait and get long on an actual break. If we want to go a bit lower time frame, intraday for the session, let's go 15-minute for now. I believe this morning as well, might not be quite showing on here. We did have a bit of a gap I was seeing on some of my other things. I think this is where we opened today, wasn't it? Yeah, about here. So yeah, we trailed down further, filled that gap, and then come off some more since. For today, it looks as though we are trying to find a base in this kind of block area down the bottom here. So there could be a fair shot for a trade back up into this cluster area if you want to do that. Conversely, trade a break of this level here. What else we got? Got to catch up on messages. Sorry, guys. Let's go to. We can check Bitcoin first. Actually, did have someone mention Bitcoin. Just seeing as we've had these new highs lately. So I think, as a number of us have talked about in the past, many of us feel that Bitcoin is something more to be, I guess, invested in rather than necessarily traded intraday. It's not like you can't at all, but it's definitely the kind of thing I feel like personally to be treated a bit more like a stock, and look for the kind of more swing type setups, even if you want to make it sort of short term and go, a couple of weeks to 3 months or more type of thing. If you do want to trade it intraday, like you can see, we do have this. That's terrible. Kind of forming this. It's terrible drawing, guys, but it's forming this kind of wedge coming up through here, right? So right now you could play either end of that, and obviously if you see like a break of this, maybe you get a pullback through here. At the moment though, it's looking like Bitcoin's fairly strong, to be honest. We're still holding here above those high levels there, and I'm sure you've been ran through a number of times of the M2 charts and the log charts with the rainbow and all that kind of stuff by a number of people in the past. And, ultimately it looks as though we're coming up to 140 odd plus on that guy there. What was the next? I'm trying to run through all of these guys, so I'll get to everything if I haven't got there yet, don't worry. Dollar CAD, someone mentioned, let's look at dollar CAD. All right, so I think we were talking about this last week for a bit. So we had the spike low here, which is also that sort of rounded top there, swing high, and we basically broke down through that level, come back up, break and retest, failed to establish a firm close above here, and then hence consequently breaking down. So from now, since we've got a pretty firm further breakdown of that, you're looking down at these levels somewhere around 134.20, call it, for dollar CAD. That also lines up with the broader theme that we were talking about with positioning right now for dollar index plus euro dollar. So that all goes quite well. Wait, so hang on. Who's talking about Commodores, huh? Good old Commodore. RIP for Holden. Yeah, it does. that's sort of what looking at as well. You could even say that this is sort of looking like one of Victor's kind of like quasis. You got this guy here, this kind of topping piece there, right? And you've got the kind of asymmetric head and shoulders type thing, something like that. It's gonna be hard to say whether we get that larger fall. I did comment last week, I think, when we were talking APL and a few other things, that I would like to see, I don't know, maybe about a 5% decline for the indices at the moment, which sort of bring things, I think, back into sort of more fair value. Insofar as that, like, if you consider this portion we overshot when people were freaking out about tariffs, we've had that further good news. You could say that this portion up here is probably the overshoot of the good news size, and then hence you got somewhere in the kind of middle band here, per these kind of like lower levels and sort of structure within here, that perhaps catches price in a bit more fair value if you're thinking about something longer term. Intraday, I guess, obviously, keep shorting until then. As long as you're wary of headline risk, as ever. The probability strip down here. I will run over that guy again. Yeah, so UK swing, brother, this is a Z-score indicator. So basically, how it works is it's pretty much just works on standard deviation of price movement. So this is currently looking at the past 100 periods, and basically just look at any time, just like when you have a traditional sort of bell curve, the tail ends, the outer parts of the distribution, sort of 98 percentile plus, means that you're basically in that range about 2% of the time. So typically when you move out into those, it's basically saying that price is pretty extended and is most likely to come back in. That doesn't mean that price can't keep running. It's always important to remember, especially with things like that are more momentum type stocks, type assets, I should say. Things like stocks or indices. Perfect examples here, where obviously we're, just very bullish momentum trend, and right here would have, been indicating that that's almost at peak. We've then made further highs, but the point to see from that is we've made further highs whilst this is making new lows. So you could also see then this area as, despite making new highs, you're losing overall momentum per the prior speed of the trend. So that can also give you an indication that this might be something to fade. And then so hence, if you did follow that that logic, that peak would have given you there. Once maybe you break down the 2 standard div, you can see it coming down. The other point would be to do so once you actually hit the crossover. Again, stocks have a tendency to go up all the time. As you can see, like that's why this is sort of in the green most of the time. So majoritively, I use it for things like currencies, because obviously you got the 2 assets on either side and they're playing kind of a tug of war, rather than indices or stocks or something which have a tendency to go up. So it's just another little indicator, just gives you an idea of relative value of price. Also have monthly ETH BTC. Well, we can have a look at ETH first, just in general. I must say, personally, guys, I don't really like ETH at all. Just as a crypto itself, I mean, a lot of people do. If you want to trade in between, fair enough. It has had a very nice run up recently. Has been pretty lagging in general as well, however. Personally, I sort of see it as a bit of a sub-tier Solana. I think Solana's really sort of come to take over. There is still, a great deal of, Ethereum really got the front run on like network adoption, that kind of thing. But I mean, as far as the project goes, it feels like Solana is really pushing ahead But if we're looking at this, just analyzing it in and of itself right now, you've got this high mark, which we almost met. We slightly failed to actually get up there. But the test would basically be to see a break of that and then run on further from there. This guy being obviously those highs and really the thing to press. Now, in order for us to get that far, it kind of seems like you need Bitcoin to continue breaking and running. Would I invest in Solana or Bitcoin? I'd probably rather do Bitcoin, to be fair. That or, sorry, if I'd rather do Ethereum or Bitcoin, I'd probably rather do Bitcoin. That or I'd find, something else that is going to get a better risk reward, because even here, you're looking at, 2,500, so you go to about 4K. Okay, you're looking at, decent return, but I think there's better risk reward stuff out there, to be honest. What am I trading right now? What am I trading right now? I've still got a couple of trades in. So I'm currently short the euro. I'm currently short the Aussie dollar. I've been sitting in them for about, 2 hours or something now. So where did I short from? I've taken partials, originally shorted euro from 114.08, and then the Aussie at 65.25. So the euro I'm targeting somewhere around 113.65 ideally. We've had a slight pause here, so we'll see how that goes. If not, I'll decide to clear it. It's a bit slow today, obviously, with the bank holidays we've got. Aussie dollar I'm short from 65.25, looking for a target at about 64.95 if we can get there. 65 round numbers, the number to break. We could get a little bit lower than 64.95, but I'm just looking to take some of that stuff a little early today. Should have H-bar in there, hey? Yeah, look, I haven't even fully been able to play with like putting all the watch lists and things together yet. I'm still very much getting used to TradingView, so yeah, I'll chuck a bunch of things in there for you guys later. I need to get the premium version as well, so I can have more than 2 indicators on here. I didn't realize there's only 2, and I was like, 2? That's it? That's not very helpful. It even just makes it very annoying for, you want to put a couple on there and then hide the others and look through everything. So, what else have we got? ETH was interesting when the mining payouts were decent, but now it's a proof of stake one. Yeah, exactly. Like since going to proof of stake, I don't really like it. I feel like it's just changed the whole ecosphere and the nature of the asset in general and just how people use it. And obviously you got the whole gas fees thing and yada yada. I think they were way too slow to do a number of things that they needed to do quite some time ago. So I don't know. I feel like ETH is one of those ones that over time probably ends up kind of dying, to be honest. What else? We'll maybe have a look at the 10-year. Not sure what we called on here. Is it just 10YR? Yeah, it should be. Okay. 10-year note moving down today. So 10-year note moving down means yield up. So generally that will align with US dollar strength and hence euro, pound, Aussie dollar, whatever dollar crosses you're trading going down. So that's what we're seeing today. So that's an important one to keep an eye on at the minute, just given there is a bit of concern around the bond market, and so that shifting rates about is moving the dollar quite a bit lately. S&P basically same deal as the NAS, of course, at the minute. The Dow, I think, has got a little bit different structure, but again, similar story overall. Oops. We've got these kind of rounded guys here, kind coming back into some sort of support. I guess you've got that kind of this area through here and through here. And then so ultimately we'll be looking to see if this can hold up, or we do end up sort of coming back through here. I think about through there would be the base. But yeah, somewhere in here is probably a bit more fair value for the current moment until we get further indication on the next moves, where things are going, and some of the data for the Fed. We got the data tomorrow, like I was saying earlier. Durable goods. What else do we have? We got consumer confidence tomorrow night as well. Beyond that, there's a couple French and German pieces during Wednesday also. Mortgage applications, which can be important sometimes, but sort of a minor thing on that Wednesday night. Thursday, we're going into business capex for Australia early on during the Asian session. We got unemployment claims week on week. They are important, but haven't been for a while. They keep sort of just coming out in pretty expected kind of range. They're not really breaking either side, so a bit of a minor piece at the moment. GDP might get a bit more of a look, particularly as far as some of the PC inflation kind of reads through there, particularly going into the PCE number the next day for the Friday. Early in Asian session on Friday, we also have retail sales for Australia, so that could move some stuff, and a few pieces from Europe. From Italy, we got GDP and then CPI, and then from Germany CPI as well, and then we got CAD data, GDP, but the important one being the PCE data on Friday, as well as the consumer sentiment late that evening. PC is the Fed's most favored outlook on inflation, guys, so that one will be looked at very much. Because we've had a lot of tariff talk, a lot of other stuff going on for a while, so at some point we will have to start looking at the Fed again, as their next moves will start to become important once more. Once all this sort of tariff stuff is now calmed down and sort of worked its way through the system a bit, it'll become important once again. Oil has been back on sort of shifting off a bit after we've had these big declines, kind of hit that bottom around 55. We've now sort of, trying to find a interim sort of stop or pause point, rather, I call it. I don't really see much either way for oil. I think we've got kind of a bit of a sideways consolidation for the next while through here. Nothing too crazy. You've got all the output factors and stuff coming into that. Trump has definitely wanted to see a lower oil in general. Helps the consumer. It also means less dollars are in circulation, and the man wants the dollar down at the minute. Yes, we do have the bank holidays in the UK and the US today, which is why it's a little bit sleepy. Mike is still a bit ill today, so he's out, unfortunately, but he will be back soon. I'm a bit ill myself, but I'm surviving. I'm loaded up on medicine, trying to keep me together. Alrighty, let's go back over to Euro for now. I don't think we're doing too much at all at the minute. We'll go down to 5 minute. Oh. Yeah, man. Give me this chart back. There we go. So yeah, still looking for the declines down here. This is about where my targets are at the minute for the decline on the euro. I would say that's probably what we'll get. Kind of had that burst earlier of info, and then been pretty snoozy since. So normally snoozy days to get whatever the simplest form is. Normally you get sorry guys. Normally you get a bit of a just retracement and kind of unwind of whatever happened in Asian session. Just seeing as there's not much new liquidity or new things spurring anything going into the rest of the day. Trump calling Putin crazy is going to escalate the situation in the stock market. Possibly. I mean, look, it's hard to say. Trump's called a lot of people crazy all the time. It's kind of what he does. Just like he called Zelensky, a dictator and that sort of thing. And then he got asked about that the other day, and he was like, "Oh, did I say that? Oh, I don't know why I said that." He'll just claim he didn't or something else. But yeah, definitely as far as the Ukraine Russia situation, working that out. I mean, they've indicated that unless progress is made, the US wants to sort of start to step away from that. They have had some progress. Something needs to get done eventually. I imagine it probably will, but gosh, it's really hard with all this stuff. But every side is they're all a little bit wild. Putin's wild, Trump's wild, Zelensky is probably more, level-headed. I mean, he's the one under attack, I guess, but even then, he's been quite firm in not sort of shifting to certain things as well. So, good morning, man. Watch every day from 5 a.m. to noon Brazilian time. Would it be possible for you to release the subtitles in real time while playing the video? Possibly, man. I have no idea. You might be able to use the I believe YouTube does have a closed caption thing that should work. Okay, no, it says unavailable. I'm not sure if you can do that whilst live. That might be the thing. So sorry about that, man, but I can definitely find out if that's possible for you. No worries, brother. No worries. Oh, here's the man. Alrighty. Dollar franc, mate. We can go over that for sure. Dollar franc. Here we are. Similar deal, I think, to a number of the other pieces we're looking at today, Alex. I do want to see that kind of dollar strength come back in a bit. So I would see dollar franc rising. I'll be in line with that. 5 minute looks good for that. Looks as though we've formed a bit of a base down here. We are in like a weird kind of range here, actually, with having broken that previous low there. Go back up to 1 hour. I mean, that's pretty clear in and of itself right there. Sort of similar structure as well to dollar yen, actually, since recently we've had this sort of trend line capping things, and it's moved exactly like that within that. I would bring up a cross correlation and overlay of the US 10-year if I knew how to do that on TradingView. I don't. I'll probably sit around here looking like a mug for a bit and bore you guys, so I won't do that. But if for anyone else that is curious, throw in a overlay of the US 10-year chart, and you'll see it basically lines up perfectly with that. So we're kind of moving in sync at the moment, very much from the shifts in the bond market per the rate and yield differentials going on at the minute. If we're looking as far as a trade setup, Alex, like obviously, yeah, I guess you go from here up into that trend line. That'd be pretty fair. We've got this sort of block level that we dipped from across here. So that'd be a pretty fair trade. For the session, go back into the 15 minute. Gotta keep doing that. Not trying to draw. I think that's a pretty fair outlook there overall. As far as good old little, if I can drag this properly. Oh, there we go. Got a little Z-score indicator here as well. We are moving up through that mid-level. So that would tell you that, yeah, a move higher, shift up into that sort of block level there. And then buy that trend line and potentially look for that as the move for today. And then possibly, you know, sell that right down again. So this Alex made you check Ord Frank, hey? Ord Frank, what is Ord Frank doing? I have no idea what Ord Frank would be doing today. I don't think I've looked at that pair in a very, very, very long time. We can definitely have a look here. Alrighty. Ord Frank, I mean, yeah, we've got the general move up. Aussie's been performing pretty well lately. We'll go over the Aussie in a minute too. I mentioned that there. You're looking at 82.35, Alex. All right, I'll go back to dollar franc in a sec and have a look at that. As far as this guy, apologies. Yeah, it looks as though we've got kind of a somewhat on this sort of time frame thing here. This kind of channel forming through there. And so I'd say, Ord Frank, you're looking for this to either break and punch that and then come on to these some of these highs back up here again. Conversely, if we can't do that and sort of ping pong down, we could end up just coming back off down to those lows. As far as coming down into these lows, I guess you've got this kind of head of this sort of range in here. Coming in there, so that would be somewhere circa 53.20, call it, somewhere in there, which then that also comes with that block level there after getting that kind of the wick kicking through there, and then we got the body closer here, and just before that impulsive move drive up. That's sort of what I'd be targeting there. Go back to dollar franc. Looking at 82.35. You're already in from 82.12. Good. Good. 35. You want 35? So what? Just above this guy here, you reckon, Alex? I mean, fair. I'd say if we get above there, though, I reckon, to be honest, we'll get that further drive higher. But if you just want to get in and out, just for the sake of picking up a couple points, then fair play. Because, yeah, I think if we get another stab at this, we should get a move right up. Kind of like that comes through there. Gone over it, dipped back into the midpoint of the Bollinger Bands 20 moving average, and then shunting right back up again and shift up to those highs there. Mate, you're not coughing as well now. We got everyone sick.
I got something in my throat. Got a chicken. God damn it.
I was gonna say if you're sick as well, then it's you, me.
It'll be a problem.
Mike. God damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. All right. I wish we could get Alex on here, but unfortunately we are he has left us. A part-time, like he's in here, like he's in the comments. Like
he's in there lurking.
Here.
He's lurking.
Yeah.
He's keeping an eye out. So there you go.
Yeah. I just got a by the way, I've been listening in the background. Good stuff. Good. I can't really, I can hear that you're just hanging in there with your.
Yeah, no, it's more I'm like trying to speak and then trying like not to cough because I can feel it in my throat. Like, yeah.
Sucks.
I'm surviving.
It's not easy.
It's all right.
It's not easy doing this alone as well. Like trying to be entertaining and have a conversation with yourself. It's not. It's gets easy. What markets are closed today? It's the UK market and the US market. So
UK and the
not
US,
obviously not the Forex market. That's the stock market that is closed.
But yeah, no, like you're saying, it's definitely something you got to get used to, sort of, because you just sort of like hear yourself and you're like talking to yourself the whole time. It is a strange feeling.
I just got a subscription to Season X. I figured I show some interesting things on there. Let me pull. Was I interrupting you in
No, not at all.
analysis?
It's all pretty much covered like right across everything, and obviously, like you're saying, yeah, we got markets closed today, so it's a bit quiet. Nothing too crazy.
It is a bit quiet, yeah.
The Aussie dollar, we have finally had a bit of a close higher though, which is interesting to see. So we can change this guy to 200. So that's changing the volley bands, but we just want the moving average here. So focus on that. So this is the 200-day moving average here on the Aussie dollar. We've constantly like battled through it, but really struggled to actually establish any kind of close. We've finally gotten a close and sort of a push on from there. So that's not a bad asset to look at as well at the moment. Perhaps on a bit of a pullback, retest, and then take another run higher. So we're probably looking at the higher levels up here with that low, and then this guy here. So we've got this kind of box as a first target level. Pull back into, say, that 200 moving average, somewhere around there, 64.50, then right on up towards 66.50. Not bad for a trade, swing trade, but I was drill down into the lower time frames on the daily, sorry, on 15 or something, and then trade it intraday. Not a bad option either.
Right, so I want to quickly cover the trades I'm in on AUD.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
We'll bring that up.
Let's
see, I got this idea here on 80, slightly on the water here, but I'm hoping that this is the level that I'm hoping I want to show. So on the 1 hour, it looks like a bullish break and retest. So on the 1 hour, it feels like we might be moving higher. And if I do see that we have sustained price action out of this bearish channel, because I'm like this is the whole idea, going from this bullish channel into a head shoulders, a reversal into a bearish channel down to that level. Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm not even showing my chart.
Okay. There you go. That's better.
Nice. Okay. Well, the whole idea is based on the break and retest here, high time frame break and retest. We got very low prices here. I thought, maybe we're going to get a test higher, but looking at 4 hour, it kind of looks like this is so we have a retest on the daily, and the retest happened like right below the 0.618, and the retest on the daily is in my view confirmed here with the breakout structure in the 4 hour. And I think this is it's a good entry point if this is the start of a new downtrend. Now, of course, looking at the 1 hour, we have a bullish retest. We can remove everything here, and you can clearly see that we have a move down, a range, accumulation range, a break and retest at the range highs. And if we break above the local high right here on the 1 hour, the whole swing trade idea based on this might be invalidated, but it has to have sustained price action above. So I have a wide stop loss, but I'm getting ready to close this if it starts trading higher, especially above the 0.618 here. And then so that's the 80 CSF short. Then I have another one on 80 NCD, and it just got filled on right before I left here, got filled on the orders for short. And this is a similar structure here. So if we go out to the let's look at the monthly. So the monthly, we're looking at a long-term range here with the range EQ being here. We have a long-term trend line here as well. Going into the daily, we see that range EQ area is down here, confluent with the local reload zone and that long-term trend line. Again, same pattern. Looking at the 4 hour, we have an uptrend into some type of reversal pattern, and the trigger was obviously the break below this level. And then I want to. It's basically the same trade as AED CHF. It's just that it has slightly different structures. I'm hoping that we're gonna go low risk, because I do find that a lot of times when the trend is obvious, a lot of times it just goes in a straight, the other direction. So I feel like I gotta be a little bit careful, because even though it looks likely that we're gonna go lower, we don't know how it's going to look. We might move like this, like, and that's gonna stop me out. Maybe a new entry here, but if the trend is looking like too good, a lot of times I see that it's gonna start stopping people out, and then form some weird pattern and some asymmetrical trend, but eventually it's going to hit the level, but the journey to that level is like very messy.
Yeah, especially if we've got like AD USD sort of breaking out a little bit now, finally establishing those higher levels, you could get that little kick on.
I'm going to go over to MetaTrader as well, because I got some orders in for my EAs, and I haven't looked at them myself, so I'm going to see if I can find something interesting here on that. So I have a few orders here down here, as you can see. We're going to look at the first one is the GBP JPY. GBP JPY. So on the daily here, you see that it's a EA based on breakout system, and you can see here that it's taking a few trades. It's profitable, but it's really like it's a weird EA. It's profitable, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. So on the this is like it's gonna it's gonna buy if it breaks that, like that kind of makes sense, it's a level. So, but the stop loss here doesn't make a lot of sense. The thing is that the stop loss and the TP is based on different variants of ATR. So the only thing that it takes into account is price action on the entry. So it only cares about price action on the entry. But for stop loss and TP placement, it's all about the ATR, which the entry creates. It's an interesting entry level, but the stop loss and the TP obviously makes no sense. But if you look at the numbers, the statistics, then ATR is a fairly good estimate of where price is going to move. So yeah, that's the trade I got in on GBP JPY. Like, it's such a weird thing, because wait a minute. Thanks to Alex. Barry, what the hell is this? You're opposite to me, thanks to Alex. Now I'm gonna have to hit him up. What is happening here? So Alex, Alex, what trades are you in? I gotta ask him.
That's right, he's just giving you liquidity. That's all. Yeah.
I don't like that he gets onto our live stream, starts doing sharp requests, and then he has influenced people, and gets out of there. Absolutely. Okay, so that's GBP JPY, and the other one we have is on gold, I think. So gold EA is a high time frame breakout indicator. So I think we have to look at the daily. So here you see. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. So it's. Again, the profitability on this one is actually really, really good. It takes very few trades, but the profitability is very, very good. Why is it blinking here? Can you see that why is it blinking? Is it my GPU or something? You see that it's blinking on the chart?
It might be. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I do it when like mine does that. If I've looked at like on a longer time frame chart and all the indicators like confuse themselves, because it's trying to load like multiple time frames and like too much data at once. It's like you can see it at the top as well, where it's like trying to read it properly. Yeah, I think it gets like confused. Do you have the bot like running like server side, or is it like VPS or something?
Sorry, what? I didn't listen. What did you say?
Do you have the bot running like server side on your computer, or is it like a VPS?
No, so what I have is this. Man, I gotta show you.
Or I got this like on the terminal,
Yeah, no, I ordered like a mini PC. I think I have a So cool, man. It's so cool. Anyway, it's a funny story. Yesterday, I put my son to. I was gonna say put my son to rest, but that's weird. That's something you do with dogs when you go to the veterinary. I put my son to bed, like to bed. Okay, and I went after I went down, and my fans is like, I heard this noise. Like I heard this noise of like a duck, like repeatedly times, like it sounded like a duck, and I can't find where the sound is coming from. And then I hear it sounds like, there you go. There's a sound again, right? And I'm like, a duck, and I'm like that's the error message from MetaTrader 5 when you're done with the back testing, right? It's like a weird sound, like a duck sound, like, and I'm trying to hide the fact that I bought the server because she said like we can't have any more electronics here, like because the electronics like are uses blow like once a week, so we gotta you know, especially down in the basement with my office, and it's super expensive to upgrade. It's like we can't have any more electronics. So I kind of like I hid it behind like the Xbox, but I forgot to turn on off the sound. So there's like a duck sound. I'm like, I don't know what it is. Like I have no idea what that is. But yeah, like when I'm done with the back test, and like
it's like, oh, it must be one of the kids playing some Xbox game and just making noises.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, so I have a mini PC, and then I connect connect to it from my PC.
You get like a Raspberry Pi or something. Is it something like that, or just like a?
It's like a proper one, like a Lenovo Think Desk or Think.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Pretty good. I got like at least like 6 cores and 32 gigs of RAM. It's like very small. So yeah, I'm running a MetaTrader on that one, and then I like it because I can. It's. She is watching the live stream sometimes, but not now. You'll know when she's watching because I would probably act differently when she's. But yeah, that's the gold trade that we're watching right now, and then I have all of these orders are from the EA, and it just gets in here automatically. Pretty cool. And then I have US30. Now US30 is works great on the 5ers, but then I have an account on Oanda, but the spreads are so bad on Oanda. I'm not gonna say it's bad, but it is bad. Like it's really bad. And the spreads are quite bad. So I'm going to move over to IC markets because IC markets have similar spreads to what the 5ers has. So the US30, I'll look at this. This is insane, right? This is on the, so we're going into the 5 minute. I don't know what this is, but this is the risk to reward on these setups are really, really good. And it's profitable, but I need to adjust so that it's taking very small positions on this one because the win rate is low, but the risk to reward and the profitability is very, very high. But as you can see on US30 here, it's gonna get filled down here for some reason. I'm not really sure. I think it's based on daily candle closes, so it's actually going to be on support here. But it opens a sell position here based on price action and I think Bollinger Bands and ATR. Thinking that it's going to break down. So when there's momentum to the downside, if there's no momentum to the downside, it's going to remove the orders. But the distance between entry and stop loss is quite close. A lot of times I will see my orders being hit on Oanda, but they're not even hit on the 5ers. So price goes down, fails my orders on Oanda, and then moves back up. And they only if I look at all the accounts that is copying the orders from the EAs. The only account that is actually not making as much money on this is my personal account on Oanda. Every single account that I had connected to prop firms, different prop firms, are all making money, which tells me that that's not working. That is not a good. That's not how it should be. So I'm gonna move all my funds over to IC markets.
Yeah, IC is really good. I've been using them like 10 years. So.
Yeah, it's got the better conditions all around, and then we got the NASDAQ range EA. Now this is really cool, and I think this is the most profitable one. So what it does basically, it calculates each one time a day, and that was 40 minutes ago. So at 1 p.m. my time, it calculates the highs and lows of a specific range, and it puts in buy orders and sell orders. So here, for example, it's very close to the price to buy here. and it has the stop loss and TP here based on ATR as well. So this is the most profitable EA, and also I would never take this trade live. I would put it above the highs, but it works. I don't know how well it works now because there's no volatility in the markets today, so it's going to be interesting to see how this works. But a lot of times, it's gonna close the trades 1 hour before the US market is closing. So it's never going to hold the trades very long, which means you can have volatility to the upside, and then a lot of times it's going to close the trade before TP hits. But that's the orders I have in right now. So that's very interesting. I'm halfway to passing a boot camp where I've only taken these trades, and I'm about halfway to the high stakes challenge as well, where I mixed automatic trading and manual trading. That's an interesting journey.
The hardest thing, whenever you're making any of the EAs, is just like you're saying, getting the like the stop out and the like take profit criteria, and trying to code that, because it's that part is often so discretionary to a degree, right? And so to code it into the EA is very hard to get it working effectively. So
also it's like not touching the orders is like when you see, for example, on NAS 100 here, you're like, that entry.
Yeah, you're like, what is this robot thinking? Like, why is
exactly. But what I do is I look at orders, I look at price action, I try to figure out what the EA is doing, and instead of going in and changing every single trade in MetaTrader, I try to think like, how can I code this into the indicator and make sure that does it automatically. But the biggest issue I'm having right now is eventually I would love to like if I'm able to create a portfolio, like an EA portfolio, eventually I want to just monitor the process and perhaps acquire big capital, like from investment, a type of private fund type of thing, right?
Yeah.
If I'm able to create a portfolio that consistently outperforms the S&P 500, not in terms of percentage gains, but in terms of drawdown, like profits versus
like
drawdown,
risk-adjusted returns.
Exactly, like a better Sharpe ratio and that sort of thing. Biggest issue I'm having now is figuring out the software that's needed on the back end, and that's quite advanced. I need to be able to take all the data, import it into a database, create visuals based on the database, and perhaps even do some type of automatic technical analysis on every individual equity curve of each of the EAs, and then be able to have specific risk limits for every single EA, which today is not possible with most of the trade copiers out there. I know Victor has one called FX Blue, which he uses, where you can have that, but then you have to have like every single instance of MetaTrader 5 for each of the accounts you're going to copy to. You have to have one instance running for every account. So like, am I going to have 15 different like I want just something ready-made, just pay and be able to use it.
No,
it's guys, definitely exciting journey to get into this whole algorithmic.
No, even trying to put stuff together with Mike for like ABL. Trying to get all the feeds to work properly and not have stuff running constantly. Similar idea, similar problem as well. Trying to get it all hooked up. It's definitely a pain. So.
Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm just trying to find the right people, because I'm willing to pay. Like if someone's able to create the thing that I want to be created, then I'm willing to pay for that. Like, because I don't have the time. Like for me, time is definitely something I don't have a lot of. I have a few coders I'm working with that have developed a Python script that I'm running within MetaTrader that takes the signals based on the magic number of the EA and then sends it to a webhook, and then that webhook takes the information, and puts it into a database. And then the next step is to take that database and create visual charts of it. So I can go into, for example, a web-based app, and then I can look at the equity curves of each component of the portfolio, and then a combined portfolio as well. But it's a big product. I mean, we're talking about like probably 10K to get that up and running, which is like, I gotta start making the money first, you know?
Yeah.
But that's gonna be really, really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share SeasonX here. For those that are not familiar with the SeasonX, it's a website where you can look for seasonality patterns within markets. And it's actually, I think it's quite useful. You look, for example, now I went with the basic plan, but one tier up is like $100 a month, and I'm like, I don't know. I gotta see if I have any use case for that. But we can go to.
Same thing. I was looking at TradingView, and I was like, oh, what? It's like $120 a month or something. I was like,
yeah,
how? Like, ridiculous.
I do have a deal with TradingView where I do get the I do some advertisement, you know, some things, and they give me an account, but not sure. They haven't replied to my DM. So if you're watching this, please do. So we'll see if they're gonna renew that deal. Not sure if they're gonna do that, but yeah, it's definitely expensive. Okay, so seasonality here for Euro USD. And go back 25 years since the beginning, and this is quite useful information. We can see that on the bigger picture, we only really have 2 or 3 months out of the year where Euro USD is performing quite good, and that is, you know, April, December, maybe June as well. And then we have the most profitable day over the last 25 years is Thursday. Now, we all know that the markets, it moves in cycles and patterns, and that's what we, as especially technical analysts, we look for patterns in markets, and we look for repeatable patterns. And as humans, we're really good at finding patterns in data. And we know from technical analysis that finding repeatable patterns in the markets are what drives edge in all of trading, be it fundamental or technical or algorithmic trading. It's all about finding things that has worked in the past and hoping that it's going to work in the future. So one thing, for example, would be buying your USD either in December or the end of November. Just buy, because you can see it's slightly bullish in November. So buying your USD in November, holding it through December, would have made you money in the last 25 years. But then, of course, we know that the cyclical nature of the markets might mean that this pattern works better in different market conditions. So if we look at the last 5 years, it's the fact that December is the most profitable during the last 25 years is not holding true for the last 5 years, but still quite good, with November being the best one. So if you bought in November and sold in December, you would have made money. Now, of course, this is all interesting, but then you have to go look at the charts, look at the market to see if it actually aligns like this. But it's a really cool pattern you can use. You can also see, can we add events? Yeah, so we can look at for the last 25, 15 years, 10 years, and we can look at the elections. Oh, wow, really? I can't look at the elections? Because I need the higher tier.
You gotta upgrade, bro.
That's bullshit. What is this? What? Okay, well, they want $100 a month for this. Okay, well, I guess I feel like okay, let's look at this. Fed rate cut. Okay, trend around, not sure really. Okay, so day 0. Right, okay, so this is the Fed rate cut on the day of the Fed rate cut. This is the trend of EUR USD after for the last 10 years. So that you can see that you can create some patterns around this. If we go back to only seasonality, you can also look at patterns here. So let's look at the last 25 years. And we can see that from November to December, you have a 14% annualized return. That's crazy. That's insane. And I'm not really sure what the winning percentage of trade means here, but it means that 68% of the time, this would be a winning strategy. The average return is 1.76%, and 1.76% of the forex market is quite a lot. So you could think that with a good risk management, you could act. Oh, my screens are just going crazy again. I can't see anything. It's just quick. Yep. All right. Know what happened?
Yeah. Have you updated drivers as well? That's not a bad point. I assume you've done that.
Okay, I'm back again. I don't know what I need to do, but I need to do something, obviously.
New graphics card, new drivers. That's probably it.
Yeah. Well, I need a new graphics card and new drivers. Yeah.
Because that thing will be struggling, man, with so many screens. He's getting choked out. He's getting absolutely abused, just sucking all that power from it.
Yeah. And I think there's something wrong with
working overtime.
I also have less power going into the Stream Deck USB thing. Which means I got this teleprompter connected to that USB, and I think it has less power, so sometimes it cuts off, and when that cuts off, then all the other screens have to kind of readjust because now I got one less screen. Then it gets back. So it's, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. Have you upgraded your power unit at all in your PC? I assume if you haven't done the graphics card, that thing's probably old as well.
Yeah, so what I have done is I've upgraded the CPU and the memory and really what I want to do is just buy a completely new PC, but I like to just upgrade parts as needed. So yeah, I definitely need and on the power unit, the fan, the fan is protected with a
mesh,
whatever. Yes, something. I don't know what it's called.
Mesh grill thing, whatever it is.
Yeah, and that one got bent and then went into the fan, so I had to remove it. So now it's just open. So there's an open fan in there, and it's just super dusty in there, and it's just, not looking good.
Yeah, because if you do the graphics card, you'll definitely need a new power unit as well. Plus, if you've got all the screens plugged
most likely,
sure.
It's because I got all of this in here with on one outlet, which is it's not gonna work. But well, see what happens. Guys, let me know if you have anything you want to look at here. I'm gonna if I can look at the okay, so there is a screener here where we can look at the yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, that's trading view. Oh. Okay, so let's look at the if we can find any. It has an interesting screener here. So we can look
at seasonality for stocks, say for I don't know, for the NASDAQ or something.
Yeah, it has the NASDAQ here as well. But I want to look at the currencies.
The S&P? So you can look at NASDAQ, but not the S&P. What?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Martin wants a picture of my dusty computer. I feel like I have a brand to protect, so I don't want to be sharing that honestly. Okay, so filter win. Why can't I see this? Okay, 20. You know what? Never mind. 5. No, I want 45. What's the top here? 85%. Okay. I don't even know what am I looking at here. Okay, whatever. Let's look at let's say 25% then. And we can find something interesting here. I would like to be able to filter it with, the majors and the minors, because right now we're getting a lot of exotic pairs here. See if we can find one interesting pair. Okay, so here, CHF USD, that's not even the right, that's supposed to be USD CHF. Am I gonna pay money for something that doesn't even
get the right
have the
pairs,
right
yeah.
pair at the right place?
The right combo, yeah.
What is this? Well, maybe there's some actual logic behind this. Okay, let's look at AUD USD. Okay, so what's the actual pattern here? Okay, what month is this right now? May. Okay, so let's see if we can find anything based on May. I don't even know how to go back. Can I look at month? Okay, time periods. No, I can't do the start. Okay, start 26th of May, and we're gonna look at 5 to 30 days. Currencies should have above 50% win rate. Okay. So that's okay. AUD USD start of the pattern is when? Okay, 26th of May. And it has 80% win rate. So if I buy now, 80% of the time for the last 10 years, I would have made. Okay, let's look at AUD USD then. AUD USD, good. I'm short the AUD now. Okay, let's go to Trading View. So
it's saying long USD. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. So looking at and I can. So we go to AUD USD.
Because I like that. I do like that.
I gotta ask Deanna if she's coming on today because it's bank holiday.
I'll hang around for a little bit longer. Then I need to get some food and some more medicine into me. So
yeah, for sure. No worries, man.
yeah, wouldn't
Right. Okay.
mind
So
to see,
AUD.
Aussie USD up. Currently short, but if you're telling me seasonality is up, then that's helpful.
What are you long on?
Currently short AUD USD, but ultimately I do want to see it sort of come back up into the kind of 66 area. Now that we've managed to actually like establish a bit of a foothold up here after like failing so many times. So it looks as though we're finally getting that strength to the upside that we might take a run for 66 after so long, after back and forth the past couple of weeks.
Okay, so it's the end of May. Well, for the last 10 years, the 30th of May has marked bottom for AUD USD.
Okay.
Which is, if we look at it from this perspective, I don't know how. I don't know. I would say that, okay, so because June is usually quite bullish, but it's only like 50% of the time, so I don't know. I don't think the seasonality on AUD USD is
very good.
Very good. But
helpful. Yeah.
But it should, so from the end of May to the middle of June, it is usually bullish. So if we look at, it kind of makes sense because the middle of May, that would be around here, and then let's say the mid-June, maybe 15th of June. That would be here. Now, if you look at the daily, it kind of makes sense because it's. I mean, if you look at this as support, and this whole move as just a hit, a retest of this level, like this whole level right here. So if this is support or the low of the range, then we could expect AUD/USD to perhaps come up and test this area. And for this pattern to be correct, we have 21 days for that pattern to play out. And I think for price action, that makes a lot of sense. Are you are you short AUD/USD?
Just intraday, like for today.
Okay.
Because I short
that
it
makes
from
sense because we're at resistance. Can you use?
Yeah.
Can you stay for just 1 minute? I saw that Deanna's coming in the background, but maybe you can stay for just 1 minute because there's some sound I gotta check out. I don't know what that is. I'll be back in just a minute.
Of course. I'll wait. Let me get rid of Jonatan. There we go. Put my chart back on. Alrighty. You still see that? Let me make that smaller. There we go. That's better.
Right. So I think one of can you hear me? Okay. So one of my fuses just went exploded. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. All good. Alrighty, guys. I'll be out of here shortly myself, but if there's anything else you guys want me to check out before I'm out, so definitely throw it at me. Deanna's in the background here as well, so whenever you like, you can just give me a thumbs up. You can jump on if you want. But for now, so yeah, I think what we were talking about with Jonatan just before, with the Aussie dollar here, I definitely want to see this pull back into here, like we covered earlier, guys, and then a run off up into 66 somewhere about here, 66.50. This old sort of top that we sort of rallied to and then failed from. That's definitely what I'm looking at. Yeah, exactly. I need to get some sleep. I don't know if I assume you guys can hear it in my voice, like my throat and my nasal cavity and everything are just completely shot.
All right, so there is a possibility that everything's just going to shut down here because I looked at I don't know what's called the thing where you see how much electricity you're using, right? And
meter.
It's supposed to be like flashing, and like when it's flashing, it's almost like it's just one light, which means that it's I don't know. All right, we have Deanna in the background.
As long as it doesn't blow up and just kill itself.
That's the thing, though.
Right.
The other day I went into the office and I started smells burn like something burning in here. So,
oh no.
Yeah. All right.
Sort that graphics card, right?
Yeah. Deanna, can I add you? All right, let's go. Welcome.
Hello.
You've done something with your hair. I'm sure you've done something.
I went to a different lady.
Wow.
I have my usual.
I noticed those small details, right? I know if you go to another person, that's
Well,
incredible.
that's nice. Thank you. I'm going back to my old guy though. Not so happy, but it's all right. It's fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel weird when you go to someone else? It's like almost like you're cheating. It's like I don't like you don't want like. It's like
they
it
know
doesn't feel
each
right.
other.
It doesn't
So
feel
I'm
right.
like, ooh, this is gonna be awkward now, but oh well.
Yeah. Like I went to one guy and I didn't like what he did, but I couldn't switch. But then I got like he was busy and the other one had times, so I had a really good opportunity to change. But it feels weird, man. Nice. It feels weird, especially when you meet them in town. It's like and you just had a new haircut and. Yep.
Well, it's all part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
So you guys are having some technical issues, and it sounds like LJ, you're not feeling so great.
No, I'm not too crash hot at the minute. I'm a little bit under the weather, for sure. So,
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no, that, and then so yeah, since about Thursday, Friday, I've been progressively, I seem to have some kind of flu or something. And then yesterday I was moving things around and tripped up, and then gave myself a concussion, just smacked my head right into the doorway. So,
Oh my!
so
You need to
I've
take
got
a
the
wish you
flu
had that
and
on
I'm moderately
film.
concussed as well.
Oh my goodness!
But I'm still surviving. I'm still here.
Those are the clips
alright.
that go viral, man. You should have filmed that.
What a week!
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're feeling better and back to normal soon. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take a bit of a early rest tonight and try to get some sleep. So for once, instead of my staying up forever and sleep for 2 hours, so I'll probably try to get some rest now, get some food into myself. So I will leave you guys here, and I would say peace out and catch you guys tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Good
Bye.
luck.
See you later.
Ciao, guys.
Later.
Yeah.
Take care. All right, Deanna. Bank holiday today, but you're not off.
That's right. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks. And you had a good weekend?
Yeah, went by fast. It always does. My kids are off school now. What about are your kids still in school?
Are they off school for the summer, you mean?
For the summer, yep. A couple months
Oh, so
off
that's
now.
pretty early. No,
Yeah.
I got 2 weeks left. 2 weeks left.
Okay.
How old are your kids?
12, 14, and 15.
Right, so they can take care of themselves. That must be a wonderful time. Well, I guess you get different type of
There's
issues
just
at
different
those ages.
challenges and different perks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. No, I'm trying. Like yesterday, I was working on the schedule for like the, I don't know what it's called in English, but the at the daycare, because he's too
Preschool?
maybe it is. Is it daycare? No, day school, daycare.
Preschool? He's 4, right?
Oh no, he's 7, so he's in school.
7.
But when he's not
Okay.
in school, he goes to what's the name of that? After school.
I think we'd call it daycare. Nursery.
daycare,
Yeah,
okay.
kinda long. Yeah, I think daycare. If it's not school.
Yeah, so was making a schedule of that, and it's like, we still have to work. You know what I mean? Like, so we still have to work, and they obviously can't stay at home all day when we're working. So I'm trying to figure out where, if I can take a few hours off here and there, and maybe a day and things like that. But it's difficult. It is difficult.
Yeah. Do they do camps where you live? A lot of times
No,
kids they don't do that.
They don't do that. Like I know in the US it's like a big thing where you can like send your kids off to a camp, and I wish we had something like that. Not just because it's because I get more time to do other things, but I think it's a pretty cool thing, to do.
They do like day camps too. So like my kids would go to day camps where they'd go play sports for a couple hours and then come home. It just helps fill up the day a little bit.
I would love to have more. Barry says sounds like a business idea. Maybe, but then it's a business where I have to take care of a lot of kids, and that's a challenge in of itself. I used to coach a football, like a junior football team, and that was the most difficult thing I ever done in my life.
I bet.
And there were like 5, and it's like you try to, no, that was difficult. And you get all the parents who's watching you, trying to take care of 12 5-year-olds.
Yeah, that's a lot. Well, you're right at the age where it's like he's just on his way into independence, I guess. I think between like 8 to 10, all of a sudden it's like they just get so much more independent.
Yeah.
So you're right
Exactly.
there. Hang in there. Just got to make it a little longer.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I've been looking at some seasonality charts. I've just got a subscription to a website called Seasonax, and I wanted to show you this, and maybe let me see. I'm just gonna open the right tab here. Okay, so now my graphics driver is not allowing me to do that because it thinks that one screen is in portrait mode, but it's not. So the mouse is not aligned with the windows. So I guess what I can do is I can open. You know what? Maybe I can just add your chart and then I can try to reload the screen so I get back to normal. Are you trading anything today? I mean, the markets are not really moving.
They're not. It's been kind of a slow grind since last night. So I was looking at the charts last night, and this is gold. Somebody was talking about gold in the comment section, so we can look at that. But this is what I was looking at was the NASDAQ, and it hasn't really done anything except a slow grind, which is great. If you got in at some point, it's great, but it's just been a slow, steady climb, and I haven't been able to make anything stick yet. So I'm open to getting into something, but I need to see momentum pick up just a little bit. Not just a little bit. I need it to pick up some so that I can get in a trade and stay in a trade. But I like the price action here, just waiting for more to happen. And then somebody mentioned gold. So gold has been kind of the same thing in reverse. Let's see, the open was right here. So a big open down, kind of retested that level, and then a slow, steady grind down again. So, that might just kind of be the way it is today, because the market is it's a holiday in the US. So I actually wasn't sure if the market was open or not, but it looks like it's open, just slow.
Okay, so it's open. When is it closed? Is it certain holidays where it's closed? Maybe the big ones.
Yeah, and this is a federal holiday. Like we had, trying to remember, there was a couple times it was closed and I was pretty surprised. Like Juneteenth was a new one, and that was in the middle of the week. But most federal holidays, it's closed. So this is a federal holiday, Memorial Day, for us in the US. And so I would have thought it would have been closed, but it's not.
Right.
So as far as gold being a short here, somebody's saying in the chat that gold is a short, and it has been a really nice slow move down. Okay, so here's the daily. We had this lower high, lower low, and now a big push on Friday. Price is still inside Friday's price action, which was, one of the more expansive days after a couple sort of like smaller range days. But we did have this gap up here. And then looking at the hourly chart, we are seeing kind of the opposite, the same series of highs and lows, but in reverse. So we've got a bit of a lower low, a lower high, a lower low, and now price is pulling back. So this could be, depending on what your time frame is, depending on what you're willing to do with, in terms of a stop, this could be a good setup for a short coming up. Right now, I'm looking for a little bit more, it's kind of like gold needs its coffee first before I'd really be interested in it. But it is a nice little move down if you can catch something there. Are you trading gold today, or are you trading at all today, Jonatan, or what are you?
Oh yeah, I got 2 positions open. I got 80 NCD, 80 CHF. Got 2 trades, swing trades based on a couple of high levels. Then I got my EAs, and my EAs are about to enter long on NASDAQ, like right at resistance, which is weird, but it is what it is. It's long-term profitable, so I'm going to wait on that one. And I am, other than that, I'm trying to focus more on the analysis point of, the analysis perspective here today with the markets being slightly slower. And I'm also mindful of, it feels like there's a lot of fake moves today. And you know, the UK has bank holiday as well, so a lot of liquidity is withdrawn from the markets. And in the forex market, a lot of that liquidity comes from banks and institutions. And if of course, we're still going to be, you know, yes, from a traditional bank, you're not going to be. They're not going to be sending money, I guess, and the institutions are not. And when the stock market is closed, when there's a bank holiday, the bigger players usually, you know, take a break as well. So I feel like with less volume, you can also get more volatility. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that you're going to get less volatility when there's a bank holiday, because if the more illiquid a market is, the bigger moves you might actually get.
Yeah, it's good to have rules. I like how you're saying with your EA, you're just not touching it for the day, and that is, you know, that's kind of, if we can emulate that in your regular trading, right? That's what you're looking for, is that consistency. So even though it feels like maybe a weird place to be taking a long in the NASDAQ, I actually think that is a pretty good trade. So, but you're right, because there is such low volume, could be a little bit of a strange day here.
Yeah. So if I look at the, I can pull my screen up quickly here and I'll look at the ones that I'm in. So I'm in a short on AUD CHF based on this structure that we're seeing right here. I'm in a drawdown right now, and I most likely, if we break above this level, I'm going to close the trade, because in my mind it's then invalidated, because we're getting above that trend line, that channel, and this whole idea is based on this being a breakout structure and price to continue trading lower. And then I got AUD NCD, a short based on same type of idea. It's a high time frame. The high time frame break and retest here. You can kind of see you have that swing point right here. And then if you go into the 4 hour lower time frames, you have a breakout structure here where you go from an uptrend into sideways market, breakdown, retest that range lows, create a lower high, breaking that level tells me that we are perhaps going lower from here. That's what I'm in right now, but it might just be a fake move. If we look at the daily, because of the fact that it's a bank holiday and some of the moves that we're getting now, we don't have the same market participants in this daily candle as we had when we created this structure as support. So look at what type of structure did we create when we had the banks and the institutions trading. Well, we used this level as support, but now that they're gone, we're breaking down. So this tells me that this might be a fake out. We might come back and trade above that level, and if that happens, I'm going to close the short idea. But right now it looks good. It you know, if you look at the 50-minute, I like the trend on the lower time frames. I like my entry. I think it looks good, but it's not a very good day to be trading.
Yeah, at least not getting in super aggressive, right?
Exactly. I wanted to show you because now I have my screens back, and I wanted to show you what I have here on CSNX. Ah, man, the screen went the other way around again. Let me just quickly fix that. Yeah, you're seeing the screen is going crazy. Goes from landscape to portrait automatically. I don't know what's happening, and now you can. Man, I really need to get a graphics card. This is not working. What's going on here? Let's see. Is it working now? No, it's not. And now I didn't even know. Okay, let's forget about that. Let's do that another time. Let's do that tomorrow, perhaps.
Do you ever turn off your EAs for a holiday or for any reason? Are there any, either like a time period or a day or event that you turn your EAs off?
So it's right now I'm this is the first month that I'm forward testing. So right now I'm in the process of forward testing, and I just want to get a feeling for is what I'm doing actually working? Is my live results, is it comparable to the back testing results? And then try to see if it's actually working. And then if I see that it's working as intended, that's when I go and look at the long-term back testing data, and I try to see in which scenarios have this indicator been performing poorly, and then I try to figure out in what conditions were we when that happened, and then try to see what signs are there that we might potentially enter a new cycle like that.
Okay.
I can show you an example. I have the chart up here, and so let me take a screenshot here, and I will paste it into TradingView here. I can look at one example of a strategy here. So this is an equity curve on EUR USD. This looks very good, but it's not what it's going to look like in real time.
Okay.
I have not done any robust testing on this, so I can't really. But this is from 2003 to 2025, and you can see here that while it did perform quite well, so here you have 2008, and obviously we know what happened in 2008. So that is a big dip because of obviously what happened in 2008. And this is the period where the backtesting, what the strategy is based on, and then this is the out of sample data. Basically, what it is it takes the parameters of the strategy, and then it's going to test it on data that it was not trained on to see if it performs in other conditions. And you can see here on EUR USD that it did not perform well during this period, which means that it might be curve fitted. So this is a strategy that I would not use live. But if this was the strategy that I was using live, I would obviously look at this period and ask myself, what happened from around 2018 till about 2022? Well, we know that from around 2019 to 2021 or 2022, we had the pandemic. So in what conditions were we trading in then? Well, we were first trading in a low interest rate environment with a lot of liquidity in the market, and that then turned into high inflation and rising inflation. So we could say from this that if we have something similar than we had in the pandemic, then EUR USD on this strategy would not perform well. So if I would, for example, see that we're now entering a period with low interest rates, then I would perhaps have to turn off that EA, because I know that from historical, it's not performing, not performing well. But that's some of the analysis that you would need to do. So when you're doing algorithmic trading, it's not that you just turn the EA on and then you let it go and you go about your life and you're making money when you're sleeping. It's not like that. What you have to do is you have to go from doing technical analysis and trading actively to instead doing active analysis without the trading, because you still have to do the analysis. Like, you still have to understand what's working, what's not working, and you have to constantly work on developing an edge, but in code instead of discretionary trading. So I would say it's equal the amount of work that you do. It's just different type of work. So automatic trading is not automatic trading. It's just a different way of trading, basically.
Right.
Which I think a lot of people they misunderstand when they get into that, that idea of automatic trading.
I think it depends too, right? Because a lot of people do it differently. Like I have a friend who uses EAs exclusively. He never pushes the button ever. But he does a lot of turning off and turning on. And in the community that he it's a coding community, a lot of the traders there will, for example, maybe turn it off for NFP, or my friend in particular, he'll turn it off for the open. He never lets it run over the open, because he's found that for him, for most traders, according to him, that is typically a time where traders lose. The volatility is much higher, and he's using really tight stops. So I think there's a lot of ways, infinite ways to use EAs, just like there's infinite ways to trade. Did you develop that yourself then, or did you fit it to your parameters? Was that your contribution to sort of personalizing it, or how did that work? You're muted. Muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
All right, now I'm back. I do that way too often, but anyway, so I use a different. Went long on NASDAQ. Did you hear that? No, I was muted probably when I said that. So the EA went long on NASDAQ just now, which looks a terrible trade. Looks like an absolute terrible trade, but it is what it is. So, yes, I have different methods of creating EAs. First, the first idea is that I have an idea. I have a trading system that I trade manually, and then I try to code an EA indicator of that. And what I do is just I go on a place like Upwork, and I found a couple of coders that I work with.
Okay.
So I send the idea to them. They code it, and I test it, and it's a lot of back and forth. And then I also have softwares where I'm letting AI do AI with machine learning, trying to find strategies automatically, and then it kind of gives me different ideas that the AI thinks might work, and then I try that. And it's a very exciting product basically, and we're a few people that are working on this together. Because obviously, like, to go through all the data alone and try to create systems and all of that, it's very time consuming. So I think everything is just easier when you have a team doing it.
I agree. That was one of the things that I ran into. So when I started with the 5ers a couple years ago, I was dabbling in EAs as well, and it was really fun to learn. Like, I had never done anything like that, so I learned all about how to go through the process A to Z, and it was daunting. And I found it really interesting, but the problem is when you don't have a group. Now, I was in a community, but I didn't know these people. You run into issues, and it's like you have to figure out for yourself. Like, for example, then I wasn't sure where the line was between curve fitting and, sort of like optimizing appropriately, not too much, but enough that you're making improvements to the system, but you're not fitting it to the data. Those types of things are really tricky to figure out and to keep sorting out by yourself. Even if you do have, again, my community was different than the community that you're talking about, where it sounds like y'all are working together. So that's really cool.
Yeah, doing especially like if you're getting into trying to code the indicators without really having the experience of coding, then obviously you need help from someone who's experienced with coding. And I mean, if you if you have some capital, you have maybe some saved up, or you're making excess capital from trading, then it's worth taking that money and then investing it into something that where you might make a little bit more money, which is automatic trading. For me, it's all about trying to have different portfolios that are not correlated. So I have my personal trading, I got the prop firms, and then I have invested into funds and invested into actively traded funds as well, and then trying to have my own EA portfolio. And the idea is, of course, to have something that is slowly but surely, your net profit is slowly but surely rising.
Right.
And for that to be possible, you need to have things that are uncorrelated, that doesn't just crash as soon as Trump tweets something, So,
well, and the nice thing about EAs is you have to put in the work up front, and it's not like they're totally hands off, but at least you can be eventually maybe a little bit more hands off.
Yeah, and I like the feeling of, I have this mini PC in the living room, and it just sits there connected to the internet, and then I'm remotely accessing it from my PC, and then I just have an instance of MetaTrader running on that small PC, so I can turn off my computers and then just let that one take care of everything. And I like the idea of I'm sitting here with the MT5 terminal next to me, and this terminal doesn't have any EAs, but I'm logged into the same account. So all of a sudden it just pops up an order. And then I know that it's the PC in the living room entering all the orders. And it's such a cool feeling where it's like...
That is cool.
Yeah, like I'm not doing anything. It's just doing everything for me, like activating all the trades. And it takes away the whole... the whole decision fatigue from trading, because you're not making any decisions. The only decisions you're making is... should you turn off the EA or not? And that's a decision you might take once a month or even. Yeah, I really like that. But enough of that. Now let's see if we actually have some movements here. I did some analysis on gold earlier today, and we identified two levels of interest, number 1 and number 2 here. And it seems like we potentially could be entering into that first zone. And if we find support within this area, might be a good buy, but I'm waiting for that lower area. I'm waiting for this level below before I take a trade on gold.
Did you say long or short? I didn't hear what you said.
I probably said short, but I meant long.
Okay.
Let's see. Make that text a little bit smaller. What are you? Sorry, go ahead.
I like your trade on the NASDAQ. I think that looks interesting. I know you said you were kind of not so sure about it. And of course, we never actually know what's going to happen. But to me, it'll be interesting to see what happens. So prices above the Friday's high. It's above Friday's high on the NASDAQ and the S&P, and it's staying above. So right now, I think it'll be interesting to see if it sustains that. And, to me, that seems like a pretty strong indication for maybe what might be just a slow grind higher. But that's the level I'll be watching. I think gold is a little bit trickier right now because we're still inside Friday's price action. It's a pretty decent move down, but to me, I think the indices are going to be a more interesting area to pay attention to. We're still,
I think.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead.
So this is the trade on US1. As you can see, it has not sure if I told you or if it was LJ, but once a day at the close of the hourly candle 1.5 hours ago, so at 1 my time, which is a couple of hours before the US market opened, it looks at certain indicators and levels, and it puts in a buy limit and a buy stop and a sell stop above and below a certain range. So you can see right here, that's the buy, that's the stop loss, and that's the TP, and then same to the downside. And it's only going to keep the orders open from that time till 1 hour before the US market is closing. When you have like really strong volatility to the upside, it has the possibility of giving me a very high risk to reward trade, but a lot of times it's going to close the trade after a certain amount of hours. But if we have a breakout here, chances are that price is going to stay above this level till the closing of the market. So yeah, I would agree that there is volatility coming in. If you look at, for example, the 1 minute, we have, you know, a good trend hitting the level down, hitting the level once again. And if you look at the reaction to that rejection of that level, it's a very, you know, violent move back down. But now it seems like it's trying to push up. It's trying to test that level over and over again. And I believe that might be one of the reasons why it plays an order, because it's also placing orders if there's signs of volatility, signs of momentum. And yeah, I don't know, like it feels like days like these, bank holidays, we're not going to get a breakout, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the volatility is definitely low, volume is low. In the NASDAQ right now, we're coming up to there's a gap where the price.
I'm gonna share your screen there.
Sorry?
I'm gonna open up your screen there if you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Let me make it bigger. So let's look at the NASDAQ here. So this is the NASDAQ on the daily, and if we switch over to the weekly, price closed the week here and then opened up here. So there's this gap here from where price closed this week and where it opened up. And you can see price is just kind of coming into that level. We're not quite there yet. But getting close to, what's that, 21,311, and price is currently 276, so about 35 points away from entering that gap. And you know, it did already get where'd we go here? It did already get filled, but moving back into that area. So, and then this is the daily where price has you know, last week Monday was an up day, but then Tuesday, Wednesday down. Thursday was kind of, you know, it wasn't an inside day, but it was kind of a weekday. And then Friday put in a really nice push off the bottom there. So for a bank holiday, a day that the market is, you know, closed, this is a pretty impressive candle so far, I think. And a lot of that happened right at the open. So when price opened here, strong push up, and then we've seen follow through, but it's been just sort of the slow and steady grind higher. But we are still above that daily high, and it hasn't come back down yet. So it'll be interesting to see what the market does here. I would not have expected or anticipated this much of a move on a bank holiday, but you never know. You never know what you're gonna get.
That is okay. LM is saying it's because of Trump discussion with Europe, but is that happening now? Is it? I don't know if that's something that is happening right now. Is it? We're gonna see. I've had an article from Bloomberg, and of course I have to pay for that one. Well, it's only $1.99 a month. Maybe I should just pay it. I like Bloomberg. Yeah, okay, why not? Why not just go in and get a subscription to Bloomberg. Monthly access, $1.99 a month. Yeah, that's nothing. I'm getting that one. Okay. So yeah, we did have an article coming out just now about Trump extending the deadline for 50% tariffs on EU goods to July the 9th. So maybe if that shouldn't be an old article, because that's on the just got out on the homepage. Let's see. Yeah, so it got sent out just a few moments ago, and if there might be some volatility because of that. I mean, anything that Trump is saying now regarding the tariffs, obviously that's going to be a major thing. Okay, I'm going to see if I can unplug one of the screens here, if that issue doesn't happen again. I know what the issue is. Get rid of that. I think it starts flashing here. Now the screens are all, I don't know which one is which. So my cursor is stuck on one screen. I don't know where the other ones are. Oh my God. Right here? Okay, here we are.
All right, so I'm looking at, let's take a look at the 15-minute here on the NASDAQ. So, we have this kind of like big, it wasn't a big move, but like a larger candle down and then a slow grind up. And so far, price is having a hard time getting over this level here, but we still have about 45 minutes or so, a little more than 45 minutes until the open at 9:30 Eastern time. But of course, today's going to be different because of the bank holiday. So we're in this like nice upward trending channel, but again, who knows what'll actually happen today. But looking at, this is the daily time frame. This is a really strong move off the bottom, and last week was a really nice, maybe not totally completed, but pullback off these highs. So again, we had, this is all-time highs here. Price kind of turned around, attempted to make a move higher, and then just crumbled and really, really moved strong to the downside. But so far, we've already recovered most of that move. Price has been moving up higher and higher. We did have a little mini pullback here. This pullback last week was more substantial. And then again, we're getting this nice push off like this rejection candle here. So it dipped lower and a strong push higher. So I'm going to be watching how price stays above the previous day high or doesn't. But right now it's, whoops. There we go. This slow, steady churn higher. So I think this is when they were saying the article came out. We did have a gap higher, a gap up on the new week open. The price continued to move higher, and then it's been this slow, steady grind. Let's see. Let's take a look at gold a little bit. For me, gold is a little less interesting than the indices, just because it's been, I don't know, gold tends to trend really nicely, and when that happens, it's not easy to trade gold, but it's easier to hop on a wave and ride it. And the last week or two, gold has been really challenging that way. So like, for example, on the 19th, we had an inside day, then we had this gap up, but we didn't see a whole lot of follow through. And then Thursday, and that was a midweek gap up. So that was unusual as well. Then on Thursday, there's this outside bar action, and then finally got a push higher, but then gap down again, just a little, not a little gap, but like here's where it closed, here's where it opened. So gold has just been a little bit harder to me to see the trends and to catch a trend and ride it. But we've seen since the open last night, when the market opened during the Asian session, let's see. This is the hourly. This is where price opened. Small gap down, pushed lower, came back up, tested that level, continued lower. And when we started the stream, we were talking about kind of like this pullback action here on the, let's put this to 5 minutes so we can kind of see what it looks like a little closer. We're getting some, you know, nice moves. And it's just a matter of catching a wave. But gold just has not played as nicely as it normally does, it seems like. Barry said there's still a gap at the 20K to close, though that would need a big catalyst to get there. Then 21,280, 21,400 pending but safe to play above 21,280, spending more time. Yeah, so back to the NASDAQ. Here is, let's see, what did you say? 20K to close. There's still a gap at 20K to close. Yeah, that's the thing with the NASDAQ here. It's hard to know if it's going to come back down. Like, this is a pretty large gap. And so typically gaps get filled pretty quickly. But we have seen this gap here as well remain open for a long time. So we can drag this down, and typically gaps do get closed. But, you know, in this case, this was April 22nd. So it's been a month now and it hasn't closed, and it may still, but, you know, it certainly didn't get close quickly. And even now here, this is, what do we have? 2 weeks in here, 10 candles, I think. So it's possible it will get closed. But then, you know, to me, I see these all-time highs here as well. And boy, they felt really far away when we were back here, but they don't feel so far away anymore. So that doesn't mean price will go directly up there and take out these all-time highs, but they're just a lot more in sight than they used to be.
It's crazy how, you know, you said like it feels like, you know, when we were trading down there, they were so far away, but now they're, you know, quite close. And it's interesting the memory of the market participants and us included. It's like, we you know, when gold were trading around, you know, 3,140, we looked at gold and we said like, wow, this looks really bad, looks really bearish, might be a new, you know, something new happening for gold, like maybe a completely new cycle. Like that was 10 days ago. That was, you know, less than 2 weeks ago. And now we're looking at gold and we're like, oh, it looks really good. Maybe we're going to break out to new highs. But back then it's like, oh, this looks bad. Everyone was just starting to plan to short gold. It's interesting how things are moving so quickly. And yeah,
you never know what you're going to get. And especially like, what was it last week? What day was it that we woke up and Trump had made, I think it was Friday, wasn't it? Friday, when it was, you can't really see it as much here. But
yeah, he tweeted about EU and 20%, yeah, the tariffs, yeah.
So, you know, that was a huge move that happened, and it happened really quick. So we had a couple of those. Wednesday, big move down, and Friday, big move down. So, you know, we've seen a bit of a flush, but again, you know, who knows what the market's going to do. And luckily we can enter probabilistically rather than needing to know where things are going to go and try and make money that way.
All right, so I just bought the subscription here to Bloomberg. Let's see if it's see if it's worth it. I'm actually trying to look at Bloomberg terminal alternatives, because Bloomberg terminal is incredibly expensive. Like, yeah, it's crazy expensive. So I'm trying to look at alternatives to that. I would like to have a dashboard where I can, get a news feed from all the different news sites that I'd like to follow, and price action levels. For example, if gold breaks a level that we haven't traded above that level for several months, I want to get an alert and things like that. But it doesn't exist. Like, I can't find a platform like that. So
anybody
what I'm
in
trying
the chat? Woo! Sorry, my dog just scared me.
Oh yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
delivery
maybe.
truck coming, and she, I think she must have been sleeping pretty hard, because she just popped up and scared the heck out of me. I forgot she was even in here.
I have a window here above me, and sometimes my son kind of sneaks by and starts banging on the window when I'm having a live stream, and he always times it perfectly where it's quiet, and then all of a sudden he
Pops out at you.
Alex says try MRKTAI. Let's see. Okay, well, this looks interesting. Thank you for this. It does look that actually does look interesting. Looks like a nice little dashboard. So like, if I can't find something that doesn't have the things that I want, I'm seriously considering starting building something out on my own.
That's cool. Explain to us one more time what you're looking for.
Okay, so I have, for example, right now I got different screens, right? And one of the reasons why I have so many screens is because I want to be able to have on one screen a news feed, a breaking news feed, and maybe the trading view kind of alert section, so I can watch that screen and get alerted if there's any breaking news or economic news releases and that sort of thing, and getting price action alerts. And then, of course, on one screen I'll have MetaTrader and all of that. But if I can have a web dashboard where I can have the news feed and the price action alerts, and maybe a trading view. I don't really need charts because I got trading view, but just a place where you can find all the information that I want. So it could be like a forex strength meter, could be basically what the thing that I'm mostly interested in is having a place where I get breaking news and price action alerts. So as soon as there's a breaking news, it's going to pop up on my screen, and as soon as any asset breaks a level, an important level, or has a high volatility move, or has gained or lost a certain percentage within a certain time scale, I want to get alerted on that without having to place the alerts within TradingView. So something like Alex has posted the market AI, which looks interesting, but I would like something like that with automatic price level alerts as well, so I don't have to set the alerts myself, basically.
Maybe you can build an EA for that.
Yeah, I should be able to build EA that will track maybe monthly highs. Then if monthly highs or monthly lows breaks. And Deco says financial juice is the best for breaking news, and I agree with that. That's why I have the iPad here with financial juice up 24/7. Well, not 24/7 when I'm active here, because then it pops up automatically. So that's pretty good. But I think it's the price action alert that I'm looking for now.
All right, so we're getting closer and closer. I mean, price isn't really moving a ton in the NASDAQ right now, but we are getting closer and closer to that. I don't have it marked out here, but maybe we can mark it out real quick. On the weekly, talking about this space here. So here's where price closed for the week. Here's where it opened. And again, price kind of went up there already, but it's getting closer and closer to that level. So actually, let's leave that up for a second and look at the daily here. So we did have, after price, let's see, I have this kind of wrong. Here we go. Monday, Friday. This is Monday. I have that totally wrong. No, wait. Okay, let's take that off. All right. So is anybody trading gold this week? I'm curious because we usually have quite a bit to talk about with gold. It just seems like there isn't much to say here. For me anyway. You know, I would lean more toward the short side. But I don't see, I kind of said the same thing last week too. And, you know, obviously price ultimately pushed higher and higher, but I wasn't seeing a super strong like push to get in for me, because I like trading gold when it's more obvious price action. You know, it's never obvious, but like when it makes a lot more sense to me. And right now I just see gold as being a little bit slow, and that's okay. I mean, there will be times when it's easier to trade gold and times when it's harder. And right now I just, you know, I don't see a whole lot that draws me into gold, but if I was to trade gold, it would probably be to the short side. And that's back kind of like in line with the NASDAQ or the indices, because for me, I would be more inclined to trade to the long side on the indices right now.
But if you would short gold here, like what would be your area where you're happy to get out of that short?
Get out or to enter?
No, like where, yeah, I guess where would you enter that short and where would you get out of the short? Because I would say I'm more interested in taking longs, but at a lower level. So I am looking to go long lower, which would then of course open up for a possible short.
So looking at the daily time frame, this is just kind of a rough, where is the one I'm looking for here? Here we go. You know, we have like this type of thing going on, and we don't know what's going to happen here. But if price were to turn back around and move lower, it would make sense to me to, you know, it depends on if it's a swing trade or a day trade. So if it was a swing trade, you know, I might hold all the way to like in this area here. If the idea or the trade premise is that it's going to continue this pattern, there might be some wiggle room that's needed. But if this turns out that it's a lower high, you know, as long as this area isn't invalidated, that would make sense to hold it for lower. once it gets beyond that point, it gets a little bit trickier. Like we have no idea how far it could go. But you know, it's always a little scary to short gold. I think it's feels a little bit easier to go long on gold, but from a probability standpoint, to me, this is an area where a short could make a whole lot of sense. Not a guarantee that it's going to be correct, but just that you could get a really good risk reward here. So let's say you put your stop somewhere up here, you know, even if you took your trade off, I mean, let's say conservatively, like here, that's really good. You could, you know, maybe you want to give it extra room. Maybe you don't want to give it too much room. Let's say you did it something like that. You could get anywhere between a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1, something in that ballpark, depending on, you know, how long you want to be in that trade. And to me, that seems like a really good option. I might have just talked myself into it.
Yeah, I can't really disagree with that. I mean, it's at a trend line resistance. It's at a horizontal resistance. I think gold has a probability of moving down for sure. But I also feel like what we're watching right now on your screen, that's not the long-term trend, but it is a good trend. It's a good trend. It's a local-ish trend. But shorting here, as you said, it is dangerous because it feels like you're kind of trying to short something that has been moving up and up and up for such a long time. But technically, it's an interesting setup, and then it's a high risk to reward. So, of course, you can go against the trend if the risk to reward is there.
I mean, the long-term trend is definitely up, but this is some major weakness in the last, you know, this was April 22nd. So price rejected strongly off these levels, came down, tried again to break to all-time, you know, back up to the all-time high level and wasn't able to do it. There's a good chance gold moves higher from here, but there's also a really nice probabilistic setup that if it doesn't, you know, we could see some downside action. So it doesn't mean that necessarily.
The dog again. It's getting a new package delivered. Yeah. So let's see if I can check gold here as well. I assume that you're muted because of the.
I am muted. Sorry, I didn't want to blow your ears out.
No worries.
They're great dogs, but man, they love it when somebody comes to the door.
I like the gold short there. I think it kind of makes sense. We also have Victor in the background. Can add himself whenever he wants.
And I'll say hi to Victor, and then it's time for me to head out. So, as always, good to see everybody. I'm just reading through the comments real quick, see if I missed anything.
Hey, Victor, how's it going?
Hello everyone. When I heard that Deanna was going out, and I said, this is my chance to say hi to her. How are you doing?
Hi, Victor. I love the green. It looks great on you.
Thank you.
Yep, looking good, Victor.
You're always generous with the compliments. I like that.
Well, you all have a great day, and I will see you back here tomorrow.
That's right. Have a great day, Deanna.
Thanks. Bye, Victor. Bye, Jonatan.
To you, Deanna. See you, Deanna. Bye-bye. How is everything going with everyone watching this stream? What's up today? Let us know in the chat if you are taking any trades in specific. If you are perhaps sitting on the bench waiting for your opportunity to come forward before you start swinging. That's the case with me. I'm waiting for my signal. That's the life of the story of life of a trader. You know, waiting for your signal. If you trade like I do, I hope you do, because I'm profitable. and I'm sure want you to be profitable as well. How are you doing, Jonatan? It's Monday.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Victor. I'm trying to set up a structure for myself here in terms of like macro, like breaking news, macro events. So like thinking about, a dashboard. So I'm trying different things here. I'm trying something called Godel or Godel, which is supposed to be an alternative to Bloomberg Terminal.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try this new called MRKT Edge AI, which is in Market Edge AI. I'm going to try that as a dashboard. But I think all of these dashboards, they're good, they're good, but like, what am I, like, what do I need, right? So what do I need? I need to be able to get notified on any breaking news, and if there's any major like economic news releases, so the CPI numbers, all of that, and breaking news. And that's basically what I'm getting from Financial Juice, right? So I'm getting that from Financial Juice. I also just got the subscription to Bloomberg, not the terminal, just the Bloomberg app.
I was just gonna say,
and not the terminal, So that's where, I think that is most of the breaking news that I'm interested in. And the next thing would then be getting like automated price action alerts. So imagine that. Yeah, that's right, Sean. Martin Shrekley or Relly or whatever he owns Godel. Yes, and he's also the person that got convicted for securities fraud, went to prison, got released, and immediately started shilling different altcoins, interestingly enough. But yeah, if it works, it works. But I think and like Barry says here, they all have API where you can easily build a custom site that would tap into each of these and create a dashboard for them. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, but all I hear is like, that's money and time. And I have money, but I don't have time. And the question is, do I want to pay someone? Do I want to pay someone to build that? I'm not sure I want to pay someone to build that. So I'm trying to just create a better structure for myself to get all of this information. And one way of doing that is, that's one of the use cases of having multiple screens. You can have each of these websites on different parts of the screens, right? And then always have it up and monitor it. But the key component that I'm missing is alerts, automated alerts, getting alerts without me having to place them. And I'm thinking TrendSpider might be something.
Maybe I missed something that you guys discussed earlier on, but do you have a concrete concrete end goal why you need this information?
Yeah. So different reasons.
What is it? What is it that you want to satisfy? What need do you want to satisfy first?
So I the different reasons, and it doesn't mainly have to do with my personal trading. It has a lot to do with my my job as a market analyst and more. It has more to do with my job as a market analyst, doing analysis for firms and doing analysis for the live stream here. So being able to go through breaking news and going through price alerts is going to help me on a day-to-day basis to see what the market is doing from an analytical point of view. So for example, getting an alert if natural gas hits yearly lows, and getting an alert if gold breaks into new all-time highs or breaks into a monthly high, that helps me create a structure and seeing flows in the market that will help me in my high time frame analysis. And
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that if you're specifically looking for that, then I think you could manage through either MT5 or TradingView, having a certain number, because there are only a limited number of things that each asset can do, which would alert you. If you're talking about 52 weeks high, that's a very simple rule that can be incorporated into an indicator that then sends you an email or a notification, and that can be from any platform, basically MT4, 5, TradingView, you name it. But if that's the only, but I suspect that's not the only thing you're looking for. That is just one thing. You probably are looking for a more broader, like more things. But if all of them can be fit in like very discrete rules, like the one you just mentioned, 52 high or 52 low break, then it's just a matter of formulating those rules, and they're only limited. You just copy paste them to all the assets that you're looking at, and then have a certain very quick way to either on your screen to alert you or wherever it makes sense to you. That seems you don't need the whole dashboard necessarily.
Apparently I have a free account with Transpiler, so nice. I'm gonna try that. Man, sometimes you got deals with got deals with different services and softwares out there, and I forget about them. I'm sorry, Transpiler, if you're watching this, I'm terribly sorry. I will make sure to use the tool and talk about all the wonderful things within the tool, which I probably should have done, and that's probably why you gave me the account.
By tomorrow, your free account is no longer free.
I'll be joining I'll be joining the live stream with a Transpiler baseball cap and a hoodie, Transpiler hoodie. But I think Transpiler might actually be a solution.
Okay.
I'm gonna try that out.
But because a dashboard, I think. Like I don't look at macro.
I think I'm losing you there. I don't know if you or me, but your sound quality is quite bad.
Oh, hold on. I think I noticed what happened here. Let me check that. How is it now? Jonatan or anyone in the chat. I think Jonatan is not hearing me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you better now. Still not great. Okay, what plan am I on here?
All right. What I was saying was that the macro. Okay. Yeah. Macroeconomic news. I don't check them that often. Okay, certainly there could be. I'm gonna check some stuff in the background to see if there's on my end or not. I don't think it is. Well, let me check first. Well, my okay, anyways, let's continue. In the meantime, I'll be checking the background if there's anything that I can do to fix or improve the connection. What I was saying was that I don't check more than the basic stuff on the macroeconomical news calendar, meaning I use, as most people, Forex Factory, very basic, just knowing the time and what type of event. You could also check that, and I also sometimes check with MyFX, which is a little bit more extensive in terms of the event it has on the calendar. But further than that, I don't go. Now, I so far I'm profitable enough that I don't have necessarily to look for more information, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, I'm missing out. I could improve some of my trading by being more aware of when things are happening, because I'm not on the ball with, you know, like very unexpected news. Typically it takes a couple of minutes before I notice what it is and I go look for it, and I don't have a dashboard which would inform me right away in a couple of seconds like what you're looking for, Jonatan. And I think it certainly has some benefits to it, obviously, but it also can bring a lot of noise. So that's why I asked you at the beginning, like, what is it exactly that you're looking for and why are you looking for it? But it's clear to me what you just explained, that you need something that automates those alerts, or, you know, does it avoids you from checking all those assets by yourself by hand, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's basically just like you say, we talked about the 52 week high and low. If you know, if I could perhaps just create an trading view indicator, it's very easy. You know, it's create a trading view indicator and then you just activate that on basically all the assets that I'm interested in. But I'm also interested in alerts like any type of breakout, you know, because sometimes the 52 week is not the most exciting breakout area. Sometimes it's just a very you know, it could be the 12 week high or the 2 week high or something like that. It could be the fact that your USD has moved up on a day at a bigger percentage amount than it has done for the last, you know, 6 months or something like that. Things that are unusual in the market, anything that is unusual in the market, I'm interested in. And I, again, it's not only for my trading, it's to also help me in my job, in my professional job as a analyst and a market commenter, or whatever you want to call it, right?
Yes, so I understand that completely. So you were looking earlier on a trade on gold, is that correct? Are you in any gold trade?
No, not any gold trades. I'm in AUD NCD and AUD CHF shorts, but that's about it. I'm also in a NAS long, but that's on the EA, so I'm not really looking much in that. But maybe, you know what? Maybe you can share your screen, because I've been here streaming all day, and I would love to get your perspective on the market.
Sure. No problem. Let's head right into it. All right, so let me change this because it's not an entry order block, but just a regular order block. What we have is, let me do a top down on EU. I'm sure you guys are eager to know, you know, the whole perspective on EU. What we have on the higher, ultra high, I would say, even the highest time frame possible. Let me take these away. There. I had some notations from earlier workshops that we did in the Discord community. All right, so on the higher time frames, we are currently in a downtrend, without a doubt. Even though today, you know, is only today and this couple of months, I would say. Let's switch to the monthly time frame to see what I mean. All right, we have been making lower highs consistently for the last couple of years, and that process is, I know it sounds, you know, why is this trader talking about last couple of years if we're probably day trading and so on. The last couple of years we are in a very clear, we might, you know, you could forget yourself in the higher time frame trend that we are in. And the fact is that we have been going since 2000, you know, last almost 20 years. So we are in a very clear downtrend. That downtrend has not been broken yet, even though we do have what seems to be a possible beginning of a new ultra high time frame trend in the making. Okay, and that's why I talk about this, because it's, these moves are even bigger than just your candlestick combination on the monthly time frame. And that could be a major shift geopolitically that could cause these kind of trends break. And who knows if that means that perhaps they coincide with perhaps the end of some kind of conflict. You guess which one I'm talking about, on Eurozone or Euro relevant zone. So it is, that's something that I'm looking at. And even those higher time frame on the monthly, and the structure, not the candlestick in quality, but the structure, market structure on the monthly time frame, if we are able to find and understand what is happening, you can actually get on these gigantic waves for a bigger trade. And these are typically not for your prop firm accounts. These are more for your private accounts, because you're going to be holding them for many, many months. But they can be using the same technical concepts, technical analysis concept we use. You can catch these waves and ride them out, and they can be wonders for your equity curve. All right, so what I'm talking about is, currently we are in a downtrend, and a more recent time frame we have had a sequence of lower lows and lower highs, and it seems like we've broken through this consolidation we had before, right, from 2023 till recently. And if we have, just looking at the structures without looking at the order blocks, just looking at the structures, it seems we are threatening, or if you are a short in this case, but trying to test, see if we can get these highs, the last swing highs as well, the structural swings, meaning we're talking about prices all the way to 1.22, which is, once we break of these consolidation, that's the door opens for the possibility that price might be eyeing eventually with time these higher levels, right? With that higher level, we also have a reversal pattern that could come into play. This I've mentioned a couple of times. We currently have 3 order blocks. This, where we currently are, is one of them, but we have 3 in total where we could expect some selling pressure coming in, and we're currently at the first one. And I think there could be some, because this is the monthly time frame, we could benefit from any signal that comes out of this time frame, even on the swing trade, right? Swing trade and weekly, you could be getting in and holding. I'm not talking about the gigantic wave that I just mentioned, but just on a lower time frame as a swing trader. So I'm looking for we're at the end of May, of course, and I'm gonna be looking, if not this candle, because this candle is the first bullish candle that is, relatively very small, right? The body, I mean. So it's the first possibility for next month to perhaps create a bearish engulfing, right? And that's exactly what I would be waiting for that engulfing to be retested, and then we can get some trades, as I said, on the higher time frame. So that's one thing that I'm looking for. It's very early. It's not something that I could give you guys any signals or any indication, any possible setups to consider. But it's something I would like you guys to, think about once in a while we're waiting for that situation to come forward, present itself, so we can take a trade. But on the monthly time frame, there isn't anything other than that monthly quasi entry order block we're currently interacting with.
By the way, guys, just a quick note. In only 85. We need 85 more subscribers to hit the 70K. So tomorrow we're going to do a major giveaway live stream. We're going to be celebrating the fact that we're hitting 70K subscribers. So make sure that you like the live stream and subscribe to the channel, and make sure that you hit that bell notification button so that you get notified whenever we are going live. And tomorrow, it's very important in tomorrow live streams that you come on and you hit the like, because for every 100 likes we're getting on the live stream, we're going to give away one trading evaluation account, which means if we get 1,000 likes, we're going to give away 10 accounts tomorrow. So make sure you make sure to hit that like.
One giveaway account for every 100.
That's right.
Perfect. It wasn't too long ago, Jonatan, we were at what, 25,000 subscribers?
Yeah, and it feels like last week we were at 60K. It's amazing how fast we're growing. I mean, it's been I think we more than doubled the channel in a year. So that's very cool to see. Very cool.
Yeah, that's awesome to see. That's thanks to all of our great viewers. Keep on hitting the like buttons. Support this channel if you think we have great content for you, because that's the way we keep on delivering to you. So coming back to the EU top-down analysis on the weekly time frame, we're looking very bullish in terms of market structure, making the impulsive bigger candles are obviously telling us that the buyers are in control. Not only that, we created last week, by the end of last week, we talked about this. We created the first weekly structure again on the weekly time frame, a weekly engulfing, meaning for me that means an order block, which we could retest and which we could get weekly signals from, perhaps this week, perhaps next week. All of these, of course, are great entries on a weekly time frame. You can get a signal on a weekly, and if you are anything like me, where you go all the way to the lower time frames, I'm gonna be trying to extend my intraday trades for those weekly targets as well. So that's very exciting for me, because I see big profits if I get some kind of a couple of signals, and just one or two of these they engage and return and perform as they should. So this is but there isn't anything else. We're waiting for this order block to be retested. Nothing currently on the weekly time frame, on the daily time frame, not the weekly. Keep getting the mixed up. The neckline for the daily structure for the reversal is all the way down here. That's an indication also of who is in control, right? If the market the likelihood of the market reversing while not creating and breaking any neckline is very slim. It's not likely. So that's a great indication to meaning that you want to be your bias on the higher time frame. You want to be long, since as long as the structural break isn't happening. We could see that changing later if we take a higher high, because currently this is the presumably head of that reversal, which hasn't presented itself, but that would be the head, and this would be then the left shoulder. I mean the neckline with the left shoulder. However, once we take out this high, this one will then become the head. So the neckline will move to this point, meaning probably to that point. I don't know the future, but it seems to me that's going to be the next neckline, and that's going to be the line we look forward for that structural break, for getting the reading if market is likely to continue or not its trend, which is very important. All right, so that's the daily. We have no break of structure. Do we have any fresh order block? It means that this order block is, what is it? 4, 6, 8, 10. It is, to me, I don't like to trade those anymore, but it's still there. As you can see, we today had a squeezing of that order block. Another sign that, it's not the order block you want to be trading. Price, when the good ones, the one that are most profitable order blocks, are the ones that price react to them very quickly and very violently, right? So once you see this, that the market came and it took the first candle, it couldn't even close outside of it. The second, okay, it did create a bearish order block, but it didn't take long, just the next candle, to negate that bearish order block. So that means that this order block is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, meaning we are not interested in trading that order block. The only fresh we do have is a bullish structure below us. That would be awesome if we could get into it, retesting it in the next couple of bars, because that would mean a possibility of a buy signal on the daily time frame. We're not there yet, but that's something that I'm looking at. And in terms of the H4, going one step down, my current neckline has been taken out. So we are now, let's double check that. You can see that it's, let me zoom in a little bit more. Actually, I'll stand corrected. I thought that it didn't take it yet. I would assume that it's going to take it in the next couple of sessions. I don't think that will be just a hunch. I have no data, of course, on that, but I don't think that's going to be, that's going to hold as the top. Why? Because, we typically see these highs being taken for liquidity before price does anything, changes any direction, right? So it's unlikely to change before these highs without taking them out first. So that's on the H4. I'll wait for the H4 quasi to be taken. And if that were to happen, then we can build our case for a reversal pattern all the way from wherever it may have stopped. And we can go back and look. This will then become a entry order block, and another one here, as you can see, and another one here, right? So those are the places that I would be looking, and I'm eager for price to push a little higher. So that will then change these structures into entry order block for prices for when we come back to retest them. And as you can already see, we have 3 of them, which makes perfect sense and makes them great entry order blocks for signals. Hasn't happened yet. The market hasn't broken any structure on the H4 as well. Let's go to recent price action. Let's take that arrow out. What do we see here, right? We haven't taken out the neckline yet, which I think will be just a matter of time. But the market structure on the H4 is firmly bullish. So we still have to wait for market to, even before we expect price going much lower and getting to these bullish possible signals on the H4, which I just mentioned. The price needs to reverse from here first. So, and it's not looking anything like it yet. So that's something we will have to, I will need to see something like this before we can look for a possible short from these areas. I would expect, given the fact that it's a significant swing high that we're going to be retesting, and given the fact that on multiple timeframes, on the daily, for example, you can see that we had a couple of very large, larger than usual bullish bars. I would expect some kind of, not reversal necessarily, although that would fit as well, but probably some kind of deceleration, right? Perhaps a little bit of a pullback before we decide whether we continue or not. And if that were to happen, you would certainly see that on the H4, some kind of reversal, some kind of break of structure. And that's exactly what I'm waiting for to happen. Once we break this area, I will be looking for a possible short or a possible deceleration, perhaps something quasi of some kind in a relevant time frame like H4, maybe H8, something similar. But it's not happening yet. So there's nothing really to trade other than perhaps this H4, which is still fresh. And if we go to the H1, you can see that the H1 is no longer fresh, and there is no quasi to be found. So it's something slightly in the making. The H1 won't help me to get in, but I would be considering, perhaps a short from this area into some structure below, or maybe just that swing low, as we are just going higher, right? I'm not gonna, if I take a short from this structure, I'm not gonna be taking much, expecting it to be much lower. There's another structure, of course, we have that order block from the left on the H4, and that's exactly why we have this bearish engulfing there. That's the reaction on the bigger to the left. It's not a part of a quasi, and it's not part of it's not fresh. Obviously, it's not fresh, so it's not something that I'm eagerly wanting to trade. But it is there, and price will likely, and that's the other reason why I'm looking for a possible short here, just for this time frame, maybe to that order block we see there on the chart, and nothing else, and not the bigger possible quasi on the H4, which might come in a couple of days. Those are, still speculative in my way of looking at things, but that's what I'm looking for. So that possible deceleration of EU as we are going to take these swing highs from when is this? From the end of April, but be careful, because the market has been very strong, and I think it still has some upwards room to go in the next couple of sessions, even if I expect eventually for some deceleration. That's my take on EU. Let's check the chat if we have any questions on that. Not really. I see we have that's okay. I see Sanya is taking a NQ trade, NASDAQ that is. Let's analyze perhaps gold to see if there's anything interesting for us to look at. In terms of the market economical news today, we don't have anything. Basically, we have a bank holiday in the US and in the UK, and that's why the market is not as explosive as has been in the last couple of days. So still, I would think just the fact that it's bank holiday, that's not a reason for me to take a day off as a trader. Not at all. Even these lower volatility can bring us great signals, and I would just take them same way as otherwise. I'm gonna go switch to the next asset, which would be gold. Let's look, do a little less on the higher time frames. On the weekly, on the monthly time frame, there isn't anything actionable. It's been very bullish, but that's obvious to everyone. On the weekly time frame, we did create the last week. We did close as a bullish engulfing, making this a new order block, fresh one, which I will be gladly looking for price to come back into it. And this is very typical. I say this a lot of times, where you have opposing structures being created and squeezed into each other. That tells you the indecision in the market, right? So on the higher time frame, we are seeing obviously deceleration, but these opposing structures, where you have bearish and bullish structure being so close to each other, it means that the market is getting in some kind of equilibrium, some kind of consolidation, and that typically means indecision, right? So it could be not necessarily a top, but more likely a time where the market is just waiting for more data to decide whether it continues or reverses its previous trend. And that's exactly what we see on gold on the higher time frame. The way I would trade is I would trade both of them. I'll be going long from this lower and short from the upper one, and just targeting the next structure, right? The next order block. So ping pong in between them. And as long as the market continues to be consolidating, I'll just hold that, right? Range bound market is, can be very lucrative as well, since it may stay there, and it's, the targets are easy. Typically you have a high win rate because the market is doesn't need a lot of time to go bounce on the other side of the range. Okay, so that's on gold on the higher time frames. We go lower. What do we see? Do we have some break of on the euro on the long side, or on the short side? The quasi, or the neckline for that quasi, is still here. That means that, same as with EU, the market has a lot of room for sideways, even a little bit back downward trend, a little intra counter trend here, without breaking that neckline we have below. Meaning that overall the gold is still very bullish in terms of the market structure, even on the daily time frame. Even if we go sideways and break those lows, doesn't mean it's all over for gold. Let's see anything else. We do have structures I could mention. We still have an order block that was created by an outside bar, was not mitigated yet, so that could be something to trade from. But before we get there, we do have a very nice order block fresh that has been created Friday at the end of the day, and that would be something that I think could be useful if there's no quasi here, and this order block has already gone. So I'll be looking for price to come back into this area and perhaps show us that so readily identifiable reversal patterns that I trade all the time, and to get an entry. But it hasn't happened yet, but that would be something, because the market has been, the momentum is to the upside, right? So these are easy, low-hanging fruit, right? Getting in at a demand area with the direction of the momentum, right? In this time frame, that's to the upside, and I would think that we could have targets we don't have on the daily. Look at that. On the daily, we don't have any targets, no structural bearish order block here. What does that mean? To me, that means that the potential to going much higher, as there on this time frame, there isn't a lot to stop price. Of course, you have that weekly structure, but on the daily time frame, you could be, there's nothing to stop price. So I think intra-week, you can expect price to have not a too difficult time to push upwards. And as we know with gold, that can be that can go very quickly. But we'll have to see. Considering that what we just said about the weekly, that it looks like indecision range bound market, you would want to, if you're going to let a couple of portion of your trade run, make sure that you take some profits on these swing highs, previous swing highs, as it is taking out these highs, which is, I think, likely just a matter of time. So that's on gold, but it's not there yet. We'll have to wait for a proper setup to come in. You do have, within that idea, you could be taking a short as it is going. That's against the momentum, right, on this time frame. But you could easily take, if price comes back to this order block which it created. Let me show that on the charts. If it does come back before it gets to the daily order block, then that could be a nice setup short, meaning something like this comes back and then moves away, because eventually we think that the market probably needs this structure for its reversal to go perhaps to test higher levels. So you could be taking the short from there into your, the setup that you're actually waiting for, which is the long side with the momentum. Currently there isn't anything, I think. Let me see if there's no, there's no quasi here on the H2 and that was the H2. On H1 either, there isn't a lot of doesn't look very convincing, other than I think I will just wait for price to get there and then show me on the lower time frame that it wants to reverse, either without or with spiking or squeezing that high. That's I don't think that's going to, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be necessarily today, as today might be a slow day, but we'll see how that goes. I would expect price to get at least I'll just wait. I'm not saying it's going to reach this structure, but I'm going to wait for it to reach it. If it does it, then I'm going to looking for a short into that structure much below. That's and just take it to that low, that upper border of that daily, which is 3,319 and a bit. That's on gold for me in terms of possible setups for today, maybe even tomorrow. Don't forget, guys, to show your support for our channel if you like what we do here. It's a small effort, but it means a lot to us.
It seems like the trade tensions are possibly. By the way, I really like. I'm trying out the different dashboards here, and I want to show you. I have. So first of all, I did have a subscription to TrendSpider, and this is TrendSpider, but I did not find any way of creating automated price action alerts. So even though I think TrendSpider is really cool, this is not what I'm going to be using most likely. So now what I'm thinking is, instead of creating my, instead of having a dashboard, I'm thinking because I have, I got the subscription to Bloomberg. Now this gives me great latest news updates. And when I'm not doing the live stream or recording content or anything, I'm most of the time I'm watching Bloomberg TV, and Bloomberg TV has really good live market commentary. So whenever something happens, you have that live stream on YouTube. Gets you good updates. And then I'm also looking at the, I think this is the London Stock Exchange. It has a LSEG workspace. It's supposed to be really good for news and things like that, but it looks really expensive. So if it's not too expensive, I'm gonna try that out. But
are we seeing that on the chart on the screen?
Yeah, you were supposed to. No, you're seeing this right here. Okay, so that's the.
Now we are.
It looks really expensive. I'm gonna look into what this can give me for if there's any good value in this. But I'm thinking, to build, instead of building a dashboard, it would be possible to just have the different websites up. So you can have, for example, you could have Bloomberg, and you could have only this part of the window. I would love to have only this part of the window, the latest news, up. And then, of course, you have the financial news. You could have like latest news from Bloomberg, financial news, and then potentially also routers or what it's called. And with that, I would just need a live price action alerts. And it looks like there's not really any. Doesn't really seem to be any service out there. I've really tried to look for it. I'm gonna do some more. I'm gonna look into more. But if I can't find that, I'm just gonna hire a coder and code something for me to give me that. But what I have now tested is I've just started a subscription to this, which is the MRKT dashboard that was shared by a viewer. Now this is really cool. First of all, I tried the Google or whatever interface, and also I need to be able to add the CSNX like as a tool, but then you don't have to have everything in one dashboard as long as you just save have the tools at your disposal, basically. But this site
or another screen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we're kind of laughing about that, but that is actually my use case for getting more screens, to have all of these different information. Like I want to get. There comes a point when you can't have all of these windows up. But yeah, now this is a really good dashboard. It's like $45 a month. Now this is cool. If I go to, for example, the economy, it's going to give me, so I'm in the US here. I can give all the different countries. So I'm on the US tab here. gives me the interest rate, the trend of the CPI, unemployment rate, and all of that. And then we can use AI to analyze the region. So if we press that, it's going to analyze the region, and it's going to give me breaking down like the current economic state in the US, inflation expectations, monetary policy outlook, growth trajectory. Now, this is great stuff. Really, really good stuff. It gives me this based on these numbers. And you have for the Eurozone, for example. So if I press this one, it's going to analyze all the economic indicators, and then it's going to give me snippets of text to break it down. And yeah, this is actually quite impressive stuff. And from what I've seen, it's really interesting. Like here, you see all of that. It also has a calendar here, really good calendar, where you can apparently press speech here, and you're gonna hear the speech. So Fed Chair Powell speech, you press speech, and you're gonna hear the speech. And if you press that one, it brings up like
also the
everything you need to know. Yeah, really good summary. And then you have,
I mean, that's good, man.
yeah, and then you have for currencies right here. You have central bank events, all the different countries' central bank events. You have the major currency pairs here. You even have a Trump schedule risk probabilities. So it says right here, low risk based on current schedule. So this is actually a Trump indicator, which is really cool. And here you, of course, also have market headlines here in the economic. So this is actually really impressive. The people that have been building this out is probably has created something close to what I want, and it's using AI to give like a currency market summary. This says right here, risk appetite is mixed as renewed US-EU trade tensions weighed on the dollar, while New Zealand dollar leads gains. Market sentiment is cautious, with traders focused on central bank rhetoric and tariff threat. And that's on point. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. So yeah, very, very interesting stuff. And I'm short. I'm long NCD right now as well. So I like how it really captures a lot of the things here. And then headlines. Now, what I want to know is like where are they getting the headlines from? Because there's no source, so I can't really. But now I press that little brain, and then the AI. I mean, the AI is supposed to like analyze this news. Yeah, this is really cool. This is awesome.
Can you customize the dashboard? Like you decide what is on the widget on, you know, as there are sections of exactly that
it seems like
because if you can, then you can build that dashboard that you wanted with the exact things you wanted. If this website seems to be having what you need.
Yeah, it seems like there's not a whole bunch of ways to edit it, but it's definitely interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting. Something I'm gonna look into. It's really cool that it has a Trump indicator. I think that's really cool. So I can press here and you can like get your own report based on the asset that I've selected. And then you get like a breakdown on all of these different assets. Yeah, it's actually...
It may sound funny, and it sounds, indeed, it does sound funny, but there's a lot of edge in there. If anyone trading while Trump tweets, or do you say X's? When he on X, he posts something on X, what's the verb? When he tweets on X?
X. Or, you know, oh yeah, X. Yeah, I don't know, man.
If anyone, you know, has a trade and has been watching the trade or trading intraday, and on any of those occasions he happened to have tweeted something about the markets, whether it's tariffs, whether it's whatever he says, it's impactful, and it's a great great indicator. We have actually been looking and talking about this, how great it would be if we could have and something that reacts on indicator that reacts on these tweets of Trump. And with this is coming very close. Does this analyze anything like we don't have any information on the Trump indicator, right? Like how does it get the possibility or the probabilities of Trump moving the markets?
I think it's we can look at because the headlines. Okay, home. Where is that? Where did it go? I had the Trump indicators somewhere here. Where is it? Okay, so here, this is the full Trump tracker. So basically, it's looking at the, here we have official Trump headlines. All the headlines that has something to do with Trump, and it also looks at Trump's schedule, and it's basing the probability of risk based on what he has scheduled. Now, him tweeting things out of the blue, there's nothing can track that, obviously.
Yeah, but if we have something, I'm pretty sure that you could see some kind of patterns, right? Like a big phase of negotiating phase in some sort, and we're all expecting that they EU negotiating. You could have guessed that at some point he's gonna come out and say either push, like the day before he pushed saying EU is gonna is thinking about 50%, or maybe it was 2 days ago, and today he came in with a much softer stance. And this is very typical of how he does negotiating. So he negotiates, and we could expect this, and whenever we have some high profile negotiating going on, that he's gonna do this, like shock and awe, and then come in with a more softer stance. And I'm sure they can build something on that.
Yeah,
on that fact.
All right, I think we're coming to the end of the live stream here. I would like to thank you all for tuning in. We almost had 10,000 views on the live stream before ending it, so that's huge. It's a big numbers we're getting now on the live streams, and we're getting more and more people coming in here. Obviously, you're enjoying what we're doing right here, and we got huge plans going forward. We're going to upgrade the whole streaming experience here. We got new people coming in. We're hiring a new host and new people, and people with different expertise. So it's going to be really, really cool going forward. And my whole office is apparently breaking down here. But so I'm going to be able to update now. Once we hit 100K, I'll be able to upgrade some of the equipment here in the office. So make sure that you hit that subscribe. Tomorrow we have a giveaway live stream. We are celebrating the fact that we are hitting 70K. We're going to be giving away accounts based on a like. So make sure that you come back tomorrow. Join us for that event. And with that, I would like to say thank you to everyone. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. And thank you, Victor, as well, for your insights, as always.
It's my pleasure. I invite everyone to join our workshop in about 40 minutes on the Discord community. Don't miss that opportunity. That's it for me. See you guys tomorrow as well.
See you, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.